What's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm DJ.
And I'm Diggins.
And this is Mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
This week we are doing the predictions and the recap of all the other year, 2024, 2025. Looking back, looking forward. Very exciting.
Yes.
Are you guys excited?
I'm excited because I feel... I was just going to say, I feel very confident because I may have slipped a couple of giant checks to our guest, who I'll get to in a second.
Is that the only thing you slipped him?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to need to be better than the giant RV that I slipped.
Oh, my
So,
God.
you know what he likes. You know where those checks are just going to go to the RV store anyway. So what I did was I went straight ahead to the RV store.
Right.
And got an RV. Yeah, so.
Damn it,
Guys,
anyway.
I believe in the integrity of our judicial system so much that I have decided that I'm not going to try to stop you from doing anything ever at all.
I appreciate that.
So you'll accept the results of what we find out today?
I'll accept the results. I won't try to do my own bribes, and I won't stop you from doing bribes.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I appreciate that. That's integrity.
It's the only fair way to do it, you know?
Yeah.
And I think everything's going to be fine for me and DJ.
I agree.
Do you guys want to introduce our guest, DJ?
Yes, let's do it. Back
All right.
again for another recap episode to let us know who was right and who was wrong. Someone who may or may not have been bribed. The sheriff of Mostly Nitpickingville, the Supreme Court Justice, the judge, jury, and executioner, Mr. Roger. Roger, welcome to the podcast.
Wow.
Oh,
my God. I hope that was what it was.
This is why we need to have a video podcast. They say podcasts are all moving to video and they're all on YouTube. And now I'm convinced 2025 might be the year we go on YouTube once and for all.
Part of me was worried that Roger was secretly at either Diggins's or DJ's apartment, and that was going to be the bit. So I'm glad that that's not what it is. Not that would have been bad, I guess, but how would he have set it up? And then maybe a green screen and then this background. That would have worked, actually. This is doable for next year.
We got to loop the audience in. So the reason why there's such a hubbub is that I am in my Mostly Nitpicking Chief Justice robe and wig, and we'll throw a picture somewhere on Discord. But
I think so.
This official attire that I'm rocking today is because we have a pretty big deal happening right now. And it's not just that we're crowning an IMDb champion or a prediction champion or awarding for the first time the Mr. Nitpicking Award. No. The reason why I have my garbs on is for the first time in 4 years, we had a lot of really good predictions from you guys.
Whoa.
It's impossible.
We really did. We're great.
So good, in fact, that there are a lot of close calls. And I need oral arguments. I'm going to have you guys present your cases and convince me who should take the category.
I love this.
Could not come up with a definitive answer for most of these categories, but we will get that later. So everybody, while we're pausing, think back to Joker Folie à Deux. Remember the very good legal skills you picked up, the tactics in the courtroom, you will be going head to head against each other to convince me.
What's everybody's last name? That's all I need to know. Then that's going to be my strategy.
I mean, I think I'm the only one with a silly last name.
That's true. Yeah,
that is
be
true.
Part of it.
Yeah,
very good.
We'll be digging into the remains of the courthouse when we're done with you.
It's because can we just hold on for a second while I go get dressed in the clothes of some mass murderer?
Yeah, is
put
that
on a clown
acceptable?
costume, be a John Wayne Gacy.
I don't know. Laws you'd assume would permit that kind of thing, but that's I guess up to the Judge Robert, as we all know. Lawyer Judge Robert.
I just think that's a point deduction, I'm sure. I think the shell shock of, we have our quad boxes here, and this is great for our audio medium, but Roger just came in dressed like, someone wearing a t-shirt, and then, it's like full, just like powdered wig, Alexander Hamilton style, full robe. I assume this is what you wear to work.
This is a regular lawyer attire. I just got it dry cleaned.
It would be if he lived in the UK.
Yeah, one of the silly places.
Oh,
also, I was going to say, maybe the t-shirt was the costume the whole time. And this is just his, maybe the mask is Batman. Yeah, or the mask is Bruce Wayne, as they say. So,
but you guys have some time to prepare yourself because first we need to get a final judgment on IMDb. B as in spelling bee, not B as in summary, as DJ tried to rename the game earlier.
That's right.
That was so recent too.
Very recent. 2024 was a big year for IMDb, right? The court has been tracking IMDb for 3 years now. And in both of those previous years, Diggins has been the champion. He has come into this year.
Cool and smart I am.
Super smart. He's come into this year trying to establish a dynasty, one of the greats that this country, that the podcastiverse will talk about for decades, maybe centuries. And he got here in an interesting way. If you will go back to 1 year's time, we had a 3-way tie amongst the 3 hosts, all hitting 16 wins on the year. But the guys misjudged the age of the IMDb and the internet as well. And DJ had a classic moment where he typed 3 random numbers at the end of his guess to make it 532 million podcasts on IMDb.
I can't wait to up myself this year.
But the true nail in the coffin was Nando's overzealous James Marsden love that got the best of him as he blurted out jury duty prior to the question being asked, saving Diggins, who did not know the answer to that question, allowing him to ultimately be victorious and claim the back-to-back title. But now we're back in the present.
Which was foolish of me for a lot of reasons. One, I just realized it's probably your favorite show because it's about juries. And I should have anticipated immediately that was going to come up.
I
probably watched it like, oh, yeah, this is just what it is, baby. Every day, this is my life. And I was just foolish.
It's like The Office for lawyers.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
But now we return to 2024. And as usual, I'll give a little statistic breakdown of IMDb this year. So in 2024, you guys had 46 total podcasts, but only 43 of them counted. DJ missed 2 episodes, Diggins missing 1. Of the 43 that counted, 20 times the person who went first won. So that continues to be no correlation between going first or second and winning.
Nice.
There.
But this year was the year of the tiebreaker. Of the 43 IMDb's, 30 of them had at least one tiebreaker. That's 70% of the podcast episodes.
Wow. It's almost like the host likes to have more attention, you know, and they can decide to have more attention at will if they decide it's a tie, even though sometimes it's not really a tie.
It does feel like that.
I think that might be it.
Court here to keep with the.
Is this including the ones where we're like, it's not a tie, somebody won, but let's do the tiebreaker.
Let's name Santa Clauses for 35 minutes.
It does count because even in those scenarios, if somebody really dominated, they could have won.
Okay.
And those tiebreakers brought us some very interesting and eventful games. We had the grand opening and the grand closing of the name game. We had fun twists like, is it a Steven Seagal movie? Were they a Santa? And the really uplifting name all the Disney princess deaths. That was a real classic. That got everybody in a good mood to jump into Moana.
Even though we determined what was the real sadness of that Meg doesn't count or something.
Yeah, Meg not counting.
A normal woman from hell or something with who made a deal with the devil for some reason that disqualifies her from being a princess. It's not right.
And she's too busty. I think that was also on Wikipedia.
Yeah, she was too sensual.
Yeah, too much sexual energy from our Disney princess.
She's too sensual. Huh. I'm trying to think, like, is there a more sensual princess?
The most sensual princess?
What about the one from
the
Atlantis?
Ones you're thinking of, I don't think they count her.
Because she's non-white or because her movie bombed? Which one? Because I feel like she was definitely a princess. We've had this argument already, but yeah, that's true. I mean, if Disney is if they're in charge, it's probably, they've done an internal investigation, and it turns out it's the non-whiteness led to the bombing, and for that reason, only have movies that everyone can relate to, except for all those other people. But most people, the people that Disney decides matter.
I think we're going to have a Nando V Movies 2025 video on the Disney princesses and who should count. I see it now.
I hope
it's going to be a Nando cut.
We should do that.
That's a Nando cut one for sure. Yeah.
I'm just jot that down. Golden ideas coming from the podcast. I think Diggins summed up this IMDb tiebreaker situation perfectly last week on the Sonic Pod when he said This is the year of the useless tiebreaker. And in that vein, the 2024 IMDb title will be decided with a tiebreaker as well.
Damn it.
Now, you may be asking yourself, but Roger, is there an actual tie? Surely this is different than the subjective IMDb summary game. I mean, we have numbers, the most objective of all metrics. If one number is greater than the other, it's the winner. And that may be true. But podcast listener and esteemed nitpicking host, this year reminded me of one thing. Things can be imaginary, even numbers. The movies of Harold the Purple Crayon, If, and Imaginary all reminded me that things are not always what they seem. Heck, I was reminded that even numbers can lie. I mean, we had the fourth movie of the Bad Boys franchise come out being called Ride or Die, only to be reminded yet again that the third movie was confusingly named Bad Boys for Life. There may be an outright winner. Maybe there is another tie. But since numbers can lie and numbers can be imaginary, the only way for this court to be certain of the true IMDb title is to have a tiebreaker.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now,
if I won the numbers, then this is bullshit. If I didn't, then this is the most fair way to go about it.
Noted. We'll hear that later on after the results. We'll hear it on appeal, as we say in the court system. Now, I have to admit, I did have some help in making this determination. An old friend of the podcast actually reached out to me to suggest it. In fact, they've been working with me here at the Nitpicking Supreme Court for the past few months as my clerk. They're actually here right now with me, right off camera. And instead of me speaking for them, let me introduce them.
Please be your dog.
You want to say something?
Please.
Tick, 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 tick. Yes.
Oh, no.
That's right.
The wheel.
The wheel.
The wheel. I knew I should have killed you when I had the chance, wheel.
No.
I thought the wheel went to a non-extradition country.
That is what he wanted you all to think. In fact, he reached out to me to join the Nitpicking Supreme Court a few months ago. As the year's predictions got closer and your choices became even harder for me to differentiate, I asked for help and the wheel came to the call. But first, he helped me figure out the tiebreaker. And we had to find a tiebreaker that would give you guys the fairest chance, a chance to address the controversies and complaints from the name game or not having a good memory or other things that may come up. And so we think we found a tiebreaker that really toes the line, that gets exactly at the information you guys should know and the true IMDb champion would know best. Now, before we get started, I'm going to ask the wheel. Do you have any words of wisdom or advice for the guys on navigating the challenges that we've laid out? Tick, 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 tick. Could not have said it better myself. That is key advice.
Motherfucker, that he's dead to me. That wheel's dead to me.
Yeah.
Thankfully, this is not an employment law court. We don't have to figure out what you did to the wheel that caused him to leave. But we will move forward for the first tiebreaker. Now, I mentioned 2024 was an interesting year for the Nitpicking pods, and that is because the podcasts were incredibly long. In 2022 and 2023, the average podcast was about 160 minutes. This year, the average podcast was 189 minutes, 3 hours and 9 minutes, 7-star podcast, 7-star runtime.
I really thought getting rid of the wheel would help. It did not.
Well,
no, not at all.
That may not have, the wheel didn't disappear until very recently, so that may not have worked itself out in the numbers.
If you look individually at those run times, it hasn't helped.
That's fair.
There's no drop off oh wow, that wheel really changed things.
Yeah, the wheel just ticked off and said he wasn't the problem. He was not the problem.
I'm ticked off.
Yeah. Now, unsurprisingly, 6 podcasts this year were some of the longest podcasts of all time. None have unseated the longest Nitpicking podcast of all time. That distinction still goes to Mr. Zachary Slow Motion Snyder.
Hell yeah.
That 2021 episode was 4 hours and 47 minutes, a 287-minute long pod.
Insane.
That was a 4-hour long movie, right? So I
was gonna say that's only barely longer than the actual movie.
Yeah, I guess. Still, it could be succinct.
But a movie actually got really close this year. There was one movie this year that you guys covered that clocked in at 279 minutes, just 7 minutes shorter than that record-breaking podcast. Oh, shit. Five other movies clocked in between 230 and 250 minutes. So for this tiebreaker, I'm going to send you all a chronological listing of the movies you reviewed in 2024. Oh, using that list, you're going to put in there the 6 longest pods and send it back to me. As similar to last year, podcast audience, I have them on Discord so we can get all their answers live, and then we can talk about how they did. Now, I'm going to give you some time to think about this. I do not need DJ panic entering a random set of numbers into his guess. But I also know that dead air is the bane of any podcast. So while you guys think, I'm going to take the listeners on a journey reviewing all the podcasts that you guys covered this year. So roughly you have about 2 minutes. So all right. Okay. With that, I am going into Discord and sending to you the list. And you guys should have it. Send back to me your second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh movie time slot.
In order.
Oh, excuse me. So is this is not, obviously, Snyder Cut is at the top.
Yes.
All the rest of them are from this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're going to fill out the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh slot. And the second slot is worth the most points since it is significantly longer. So with that,
makes sense.
The clock will start. And let's go on that journey. In 2024, we started with Night Swim, and the guys noted how bad that movie was. Little did they know the garbage they were about to consume. We lost our virginity in the barn and the beekeeper. In Percy Jackson, we learned that some moms will fuck Joey Pants to save their son's life. Missing Eliminator winner Doug revealed himself, so the guys had to suffer through Entourage. Then we did Argyle and headed to the Amazon with Pepsi to chill with Madam Web. We did a pit stop in the movie Congo, Messiah into Dune 2, which was the birth of the name game tiebreaker. We saw Jack Black in Kung Fu Panda 4 and had a good time with him. We saw Space Vagina in Rebel Moon Part 1 and did not have a good time with it. Next was Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. The Empireverse continued with Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire. We went back in time to revisit the Planet of the Apes with Marky Mark, then back to Rebel Moon for Part 2, The Grain Weaver. Next covered Fall Guy, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Imaginary, and Atlas with breakout star Jennifer Lopez. We went under Paris with the Sharks before the Olympics. We rode with the Bad Boys, explored our emotions in Inside Out 2, felt no strong emotions with If and The Watchers. We pit stopped with Hugh Jackman as we explored Real Steel, Van Helsing, The Greatest Showman, and the big summer hit Deadpool and Wolverine. We covered Trap, and it was not Cher. Saw Jack Black in Borderlands, much less enjoyable this time. Covered The Union and Harold in the Purple Crayon. Time traveled to watch Pacifier and Vin Diesel trying to raise a family that was not his own, but then it was his family. Said Beetlejuice. Watched The Crow and contemplated if movies were a bad idea as an art form. We covered Transformers 1 and Everybody Came. We went to the Club in Megalopolis, covered the musical bummer that was Joker Folie à Deux. We journeyed to the center of Earth. We touched briefly on Hutchtober, the Hutch for Red Rocktober when we covered Cirque de Freak. Then it was Venom 3, The Last Dance, or is it? We got a hard ticket to Hawaii as the March Madness winner gifted their choice to Diggins. And we rounded out the year with Red 1, Wicked, Moana 2, Craven, and finally, Sonic 3. And that is the 2024 podcast quick review. So I have Nando's answers, I have DJ's answers, and I have Diggins' answers. So with that, as a recap, the longest podcast of all time still is the Snyder Cut, Justice League, 287 minutes. Why don't we get everyone's list from 2 to 7, or do you want to go kind of down from 2 to 7 as a group and kind of pick each one?
Let's do the second thing you said. I like that.
Yeah.
Second?
Let's go one by one.
One by one.
Really show our whole asses.
Absolutely. Diggins, why don't you kick us off? What did you think the second longest pod of all time was?
Well, I thought about what we would have had the most to say about, and obviously on all this list, that has to be Megalopolis.
Interesting.
DJ,
what did you pick?
So Megalopolis was on my list, but not at the number 2 slot. At the number 2 slot, I had Rebel Moon Part 2. My thought being just that was a very long movie, and it's got to be 1-2 Zack Snyder, right? It's got to be a Zack Snyder movie and then another Zack Snyder movie. It's just what we can't shut up about.
All right.
He is my enemy.
Yeah. And what do we got for the third longest of all time, second longest on the year? Diggins again.
Wait, what about me?
What about
Can
Nando?
we do mine?
Oh, Nando, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, obviously, because mine was correct, then we don't even need to say it. So everybody knows this. People that listen to the podcast know, probably. I don't know if this is true. But you could know that our longest one is obviously the most interesting movie of 2024, Madam Web. It's got to be. It's got so much to say about Madam Web.
Now that Nando has graced us with potentially the correct answer at number 2, Diggins, what'd you put for number 3?
Well, I do follow that line of argument, Nando, because number 3, I did have Madam Web.
Okay.
DJ?
I struggled. I'm regretting now not putting Madam Web on my list because I did think about that long and hard, but I'm like, a lot of stuff I thought we kind of sailed through. Like maybe it was like a number 8 or 7, whatever. But I had a Dune Part 2 as, again, long movie. We had a lot to say about that one as well. So I had Dune Part 2.
And Nando?
This was where I put Rebel Moon Part 2. So Diggins and me are switched. We both have the same 1 and 2, but different.
DJ had Rebel Moon.
No.
Mine was
DJ?
Megalopolis.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, then mine is Rebel Moon Part 2. I do think we talked about it a lot. There's a lot going on in that movie. But I just don't think it was quite as fruitful as Madam Web.
Okay. And then let's just do the last 4 all at once.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Diggins, give us your 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All right. So then after Madam Web, I thought I remembered Deadpool and Wolverine being really long. So I said that. Then obviously I did have to throw Rebel Moon out there. Although, unlike you guys, I put Rebel Moon a Child of Fire. So that's part 1.
Interesting.
I also remember, for some reason, Harold and the Purple Crayon being really long. And then I ended the list with Joker, Folly You Do, a crazy movie.
DJ, what did you get?
Right. So my 4th, and because I had to put both of them on here, was Rebel Moon Part 1. Because I'm like, I think we just talked about both of those a lot. Number 5, so I only have this in my head because our friend Vin texted me like, why is this podcast so long? I had Wicked. Our Wicked pod was really long. Now maybe it didn't crack this list.
Would you say it was wicked long?
It was wicked. It was wickedly long, Diggins. Wickedly long.
Well, no, yeah. I think longtime guest of the podcast, Mark Wahlberg, would say it was wicked long.
Well, I don't want to summon him in some kind of Beetlejuice scenario, so I'm not going to do that. So I will no end you there. For 6, I had Argyle. I just remember that one being long. I don't know if it was there. I think I was between that and Madam Web. And then to round out, I had Megalopolis. I'm like, it's gotta be on the list. So I got Megalopolis.
Okay.
And Nando, what about you? What do you got?
So my number 4, which is number 3 in this list, but is Joker Folly You Do. I think that one was probably pretty long. And then, speaking of folly, I did not even see Rebel Moon Part 1 on the list, so that did not make it onto my list. I did do another movie that is a Part 1 of 2, I'm sure, in the future. Red 1 is my number 5. Under
that's
Paris
part
is
1 of 20.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's fair. Under Paris is number 6. I do think we talked about that a lot. The shark movie. And then 7 is Megalopolis for me because I hate that movie. And I feel like we had a lot to say about it. But I don't know if Rebel Moon Part 1 was on my list, it would probably be honestly higher than 2. I think the reason I didn't think it was this year was because it didn't come out this year, right? It was the last year's one.
Correct.
But it was a weird, but we didn't cover it then because who gives a shit? It's a stupid movie. And they covered it this year because this was the year for stupid movies. As you can see by this big list you just sent us of a bunch of really stupid movies. So yeah, that was my list.
Maybe we'll talk about which movie was the stupidest when we recap 2024, because I think the audience is interested to know which was the trashiest of trash.
Yeah.
But that is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But DJ, you should have listened to Vin, because the number 2 longest podcast of all time, clocking in at a whopping 279 minutes, is Wicked.
Damn it, Vin. Why didn't I listen better?
You are the only one who said Wicked in your
That is correct.
That's true.
It's pretty good.
The second longest podcast on the year after Wicked, only DJ said as well, and I'm surprised Nando didn't. It was Argyle at 253 minutes. Now, just a minute shorter than that was Madam Web. So that is the third longest podcast on the year.
It was really long.
Followed by Joker, Folie à Deux, which you all had except for DJ.
Yep.
Now,
Very
the
good.
next two, nobody had.
Whoa.
At all. Not even close.
Wow.
I'll give each of you bonus round. Try to figure it out. There are 2 movies remaining. It is on nobody's list. You can take a quick second. You could talk out loud. You could try to throw off the other people. I'll give you about 30 seconds or so. But to give you an idea, it's 2 movies. And then the 8th longest movie of all time is your Pinocchio from 2022. It was just slightly long.
Great.
So everybody want to pop in their final guess for those last 2 movies that nobody had on there. Because this... Right now, Nando has 2, Diggins has 1, DJ has 2, but he does have Wicket, which is solid.
Oh, that's got to be the bonus points. All right, I'm throwing in 2 that I'm like, I guess it's these. Because I have no idea, and I'm so mad I didn't do it. And it wasn't Rebel Moon. I could have, man, we must have just hated it so much. We're like, yeah, it's some Rebel Moon. Don't watch it. It's bad. Move on with your lives, everyone. Must have been
I think that was one of the times that the wheel kept the plot moving, and you guys spun that wheel so much.
Oh fuck! Do I have to write an apology letter to the wheel? I'm like, hey man, actually, you did a good job with us. You kept us.
Get your ukulele out, DJ. Apology time.
All right, Diggins, since you keep going first, hit us up. What do you think are those last 2 spots?
I wasn't sure if we were supposed to send these to you or not. So I did send them to you.
Yeah, we all did.
I did also. Yeah.
Just both of them?
Yeah.
All right. I threw in If and Cirque du Freak as the 2 who might have been really long.
Cirque du Freak's a good one.
DJ, what did you put?
Borderlands and The Fall Guy.
Oh, wow. We're all different.
Yeah. And Nando.
We're all wrong, probably.
Entourage and Trap are my 2.
And DJ, you are correct yet again. All wrong. The last 2 long podcasts were Godzilla x Kong and then Craven. You guys have a lot to say about Craven.
God damn it.
Okay, Craven.
Fucking Craven.
Very good.
It still haunts me.
It's part of the Craven sweep, you know?
God damn it.
Yeah. Very good, Craven.
So mad.
Proud of you.
All right. Well, that's tiebreaker 1 in the books. That is some good information for the court to take into account when we make our IMDb. We have one more tiebreaker. This is called the Match the Mostly Nitpicking leading man to the IMDb summary. So you guys have a staple of nitpicking men that you like to talk about. Some you love, like Jason Statham or Russell Crowe, or as DJ sometimes calls him, Kurt Russell. And others you not so much like Mark Wahlberg, Jared Leto, and The Rock. So for this game, I'm going to read off a IMDb summary. These are all pretty quick. And you're going to have to pick which leading man from that list is the lead actor in that movie.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, that list is Jason Statham, Russell Crowe, Marky Mark, Jared Leto, The Rock, and also Ryan Reynolds, because he is everywhere this year and he always will show up even when you don't expect it. Now, the actors may be used once, more than once, or never at all. Now, I am going to just read the summary for the first one, but if we find that it's a little bit too difficult, I can give you the title and or the year after this first one. So, I am going to...
There's 5 of them. It's Statham, Crowe, Leto, Reynolds, Rock.
Yep, no. I'm going to...
Yeah.
Wait, what about Wahlberg? No, Wahlberg?
Oh, and Wahlberg.
And Wahlberg. I just sent you the list of...
Okay.
Oh, great. Okay.
Very good. Yeah, I had my own list. I was very thankful.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Great,
so,
perfect. Okay.
This first summary is... In the afterlife, a detective who used to work for the Boston Police Department is hired by a director of a group of deceased police officers to fight against renegade ghosts. Give me your answer.
And just the leading actor. That's it.
The leading actor of that movie,
Great.
yes. All right. DJ, you kick us off for this one.
Oh, Mark Wahlberg, because Boston, right? Surely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, DJ, you fell into my trap.
Damn it!
Nando.
Why would you set a trap like that? What is this?
Nando,
trap?
do you want to give your answer?
Yeah, I think this is the movie R.I.P.D. starring Ryan Reynolds.
No.
I also believed this was the movie R.I.P.D. starring Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
And you both were correct. DJ,
Very
you
good.
fell right into my Boston laid trap.
R.I.P.D. to me. Am I right, boys? Ew.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly,
like
not knowing what R.I.P.D. is, I think does make you the winner here.
Wait, do you know what R.I.P.D. is?
No,
Have you ever seen it?
who's the oh man.
Jeff Bridges is the other one.
Bridges, that's right. Jeff Bridges is in that one. It's like Men in Black, but like worse, right?
I mean, yeah, maybe it's better. You know, maybe it's better. Some people would say it might be better.
All right. On
I
to
do
the
believe
next summary.
One of our movie debts could be R.I.P.D. if we so choose.
Oh no.
Probably, yeah.
Ooh.
I have watched that movie. It's pretty stupid.
Yeah, it's not great. Ryan Reynolds put out a bunch of stinkers for a long time, or as Diggins would say, this past year as well.
How dare you?
He continues to, yes.
All right, the next summary. A man discovers that his hallucinations are actually visions from past lives. Now, if you want, I can give you the title and or year this came out, if you all collectively want me to do that.
No.
I don't think
I think
so.
title's too much.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agreed. Can you just read the summary one more time?
absolutely. A man discovers that his hallucinations are actually visions from past lives. All right.
Hold on. Actually, I'm changing my mind.
If there's another trap, I fell into it. Like that's definitely what happened here.
This is the movie Past Lives, right?
Yeah. This is actually the movie
people?
trap.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right. Nando, kick us off. Who do you think this is?
So I picked Russell Crowe because sometimes he makes movies like this. And you know what I did? I picked Russell Crowe because if we're doing guys from the past, like there's certain actors like Ryan Reynolds who just don't exist past 1980. Like he just does not play old guys. Whereas Russell Crowe plays old guys all the time. So that felt right to me. It's like he could play a man from ancient Rome. He could play Noah himself. You know, he could do it all.
Excellent. Diggins, what did you say?
Continuing to be joined at the hip, I also said Russell Crowe for very similar reasons. I don't know what movie this is, but in terms of the premise and like what it seems to imply, it feels more like a Russell Crowe movie than the others.
Yeah.
And DJ?
I'm gonna be so bad at this game. You guys are gonna laugh. I picked Jared Leto because I'm like, I don't know.
Yours could be right.
I don't.
Yeah,
think
I mean,
so.
we don't know we're right this time.
Yeah.
Now, this movie's title is called Infinite. It's from 2021.
Oh, fuck. This is a
And
Mark
it did
Wahlberg
not-
movie.
It is
God
a
damn
Mark
it.
Wahlberg movie.
Yeah. Did anybody watch it? Have you guys
Nope.
seen it?
Nope.
Ugh. What do you think they put like little hats, little newsboy hat for like 1920s Mark Wahlberg? Like how did they do it?
Hey, he looks like a real cool plane hijacker in that movie coming out this year. You
That's
know,
true.
probably could be anyone.
The movie where he's like, I've already proven that if me and my boys were on the plane on 9/11, we would have stopped it. Now I'm going to prove that if I was on that plane, I could have done 9/11.
I could have done it.
Yeah.
I could do a 9/11.
All right. Next summary. A former DEA agent moves his family to a quiet town where he soon tangles with a local meth drug lord. And I'll tell you this, the meth drug lord is played by James Franco.
Meth drug lord.
So it is a former DEA agent moves his family to a quiet town where he soon tangles with a local meth drug lord.
I got mine in.
And his name is Walter White.
I'm gonna say, yeah. I'm gonna say,
And this is a screenplay by Sylvester Stallone. I know everybody locked in their answers, which is why I gave that. Not that that gives much, but
Well,
Nando, what did you put for this?
So I put Mark Wahlberg here, not really knowing anything about the movie, but just going, maybe he put Mark Wahlberg twice in a row to fuck with us. You know, sometimes that happens in things like this. Honestly, I almost said Ryan Reynolds for the last one because I also thought it was like maybe put Ryan Reynolds twice to fuck with us. So now I feel like Mark Wahlberg is a good enough guess for this.
All right. Diggins, what'd you put?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it not one movie per actor?
No, it could be as many movies as possible. An actor, this could all be
Whoops.
Mark Wahlberg all the way down. It's a Mark
Whoops.
Wahlberg box situation. All right, Diggins, what'd you put?
I felt that this sounded the most like a premise that Jason Statham would have done. And also hearing that Sylvester Stallone wrote it makes me feel better because they do work together.
And DJ, what did you put?
So unfortunately, I was, after you said Sylvester Stallone did it, I'm like, oh yeah, it probably is Jason Statham. But Jason Statham never has a family, so I'm like, a lot of these guys don't have families when they do their movies. So I picked Russell Crowe because I'm like, maybe this was like a movie from years past that I just wasn't aware of. Because I'm like, most of these guys, The Rock never has a family, Statham never has a family, so I went with Russell Crowe.
What are you talking about? He has that hilarious daughter in the Fast and Furious movies.
Oh yeah, but it's all about family in those.
So wait, DJ, what year do you think this came out in? If you had to guess, like, just give me a random year.
89.
So you think James Franco played this as a 2-year-old? Like, what? That's the only problem with your logic. I actually like most of what you said, except for the part where it's like, it could have come out at any point.
Different James Franco, maybe? I don't know.
This is why I don't feel bad that
DJ
didn't know that you couldn't reuse it, because I don't think that would have changed his decision at all, even if he knew that fact.
Fair.
So Diggins nailed it. It is Jason Statham with this one. All right.
What is this one? What movie is it?
Oh, this movie is called Homefront, released in 2013 when James Franco was not 3 years old. Russell Crowe is still pretty old too.
They gave him a family in a movie. God damn.
Yeah, it's his
and
first
it didn't
and
look
only
what
family.
happened, you know?
Yeah.
Bombed probably, so we never saw them again.
It's just not
Who
the
played
dad
his
type.
family? And is it an actress that we might recognize? Is it someone who's like really hot and 30 years younger than him or something? Like, well, I don't know. At that point, he was probably like 40, so that's probably not. That doesn't work.
I hope she
Isabel.
wasn't 30 years younger then.
Yeah,
Isabel
exactly.
Vidovic.
Okay, somewhere.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a child actress. So maybe it's this. Maybe it's Kate Bosworth.
Oh yeah, Kate Bosworth.
That sounds
from the
Kate
OC.
Bosworth.
Yeah.
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 They went really young with his wife in this.
I mean, that's why I moved down to the jungle. You know.
Yeah.
All those laws.
All right.
I'm gonna play the state's game.
On to number 4. Nando with 1 point. Diggins with 2. DJ with none. But you did do well the first time, DJ. All right. For this summary, it goes as such: an epic set in post-World War II Japan and centered on an American former GI who joins the Yakuza. And I will give you a hint. This is not Marky Mark for obvious reasons.
Because he'd be too good. He'd be too deadly.
I was going to say, I don't think he would join the Yakuza in that scenario.
Depends on who the Yakuza's after in that scenario.
Well, given
Under
our
certain
options,
circumstances.
none of them would really fit in well with the Yakuza.
Former GI joins the Yakuza.
Post-World War II Japan. All right. Just waiting on DJ for his.
Nope. It's in.
Oh, you got it? Perfect.
Yep.
Then kick us off, DJ.
It's gotta be Russell Crowe. It was a man with the iron fist. It's like right up his alley. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be.
Yeah. He would love that.
Nando, what do you got?
I also said Russell Crowe, but not because of Man from the Iron Fist, just because he does movies a lot, you know? Also, yeah. Well, we're coming back to my who can play a person from the past problem. And there's other actors in this list that can, but Russell Crowe, I feel like, is the most suited for it.
And then Diggins.
I also said Russell Crowe.
Hey! This helps
similar
me in
to-
no way.
Similar to Nando, I really felt like the others are all very contemporary actors and don't typically play period piece stuff, which, you know, I don't know how much of a period piece this really is, but it seemed like he would be more likely to do that kind of thing than anyone else here.
And that is a very good point from all of you, except you forgot that this actor used to do kind of serious movies, and then he went off the rails hard. This is Jared Leto's movie, The Outsider, from 20.
I was very worried about Leto.
What?
Yeah. Always have eyes on Leto. You never know what he's up to.
I was hoping Jared Leto would be one of the ones that there was none of.
It's gotta
All
be
right.
Russell Crowe eventually, right? One day it'll be Russell Crowe.
It was Russell Crowe last time.
Wait, Was it?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No.
There's not
Wait,
been.
no, sorry. Yeah, no, you're.
What?
I got that right, and yet
Yeah,
I
it's like-
said a stupid wrong thing.
All right. The next summary, number 5. We've got only 2 more left. Diggins still in the lead, 2-1. Again, we have the first tiebreaker as well. This summary is, and I'm reading it verbatim starting now. It follows a group of people who fake their deaths and decide to form a vigilante team in order to stop a coup d'etat against a ruthless dictator.
In order
It
to
follows.
stop a coup d'etat against a ruthless dictator?
It follows a group of people who fake their deaths and decide to form a vigilante team in order to stage a coup d'etat against a ruthless dictator.
Stage. I heard stop.
Oh,
Yes.
wait. Oh, no. Oh, man, I'm so torn on this one.
Well, you got to lock it in. Fire from the hip.
Yeah, I'm going to do this one. I don't know if
Ready,
that's
firing.
what it is, but I think that could be an
Okay.
option.
And then Diggins is going to get his in right now. All right. Nando, you were very deep in thought. Walk us through what you picked.
So I picked the movie Seven Underground. It was for Netflix. I know this movie is about people, but it's a Ryan Reynolds movie. I know this movie is about people that fake their deaths and do extreme sports and bullshit to some end. I think they're like soldiers of fortune or something. Obviously, the conflict I had, but that was my first thought. Conflict I had was whether or not this was an scripture for The Expendables, starring Jason Statham. So that was the one I would have picked had it not been Ryan Reynolds. But I did go with Ryan Reynolds for Seven Underground. And you guys don't remember it because it was a Netflix movie. That's the reason. Why no?
My cat watched it. My cat watched a lot of it.
Yeah.
7 times, in fact. 7 Undergrounds.
Mm.
And Diggins, what did you pick?
I truly had no idea. I did forget Seven Underground until Nando said that. So I pretty much picked a name at random and said Mark Wahlberg.
Nice.
And DJ, what did you pick?
I, like Diggins, had no fucking idea, so I'm answering B on the SAT. Russell Crowe. It's got to be eventually. Let's go. Come on.
I love me some Crow.
Nando knows Ryan Reynolds so well
God
because
damn
this is Six Underground with
Six
Ryan
Underground. That's what it
Six
was. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Reynolds. There was one less person. Somebody was waffling about faking their death. They had 7, but they ended up with 6.
You see, in the original draft, Mark Wahlberg was in it, and he was the 7th. But they cut him out.
But he was like, "Save me for the Union." That's my Netflix movie about spies that stinks.
A good movie,
This movie-
objectively.
Yeah, Six Underground was directed by Michael Bay. It was like a big deal that they got him, and nobody watched it. But it's not very
Yeah.
No
good.
one gave a fuck.
There's, the one thing about Six Underground that's kind of funny, is they're divided into because it's like a heist movie. So there's the hacker and the driver, whatever. One of them is a parkour expert, and they call him the Skywalker, and he does parkour to help them do the heists and stuff. That part's pretty funny. But yeah,
All
so
right.
that's Six Underground.
And now potentially the final IMDb summary that we'll go through. A father goes undercover for the DEA in order to free his son, who was imprisoned after being set up in a drug deal. A father goes undercover for the DEA in order to free his son, who was imprisoned after being set up in a drug deal.
And this isn't what I typed is the title, but a question mark. It's not that
I
I think that's the title of the movie. That would be insane. I think that'd be pretty cool if they titled the movie that.
He woke up and was like, "This?
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
All right. And Diggins, we're waiting on yours.
Yeah, it's the sequel to Fries for the Table. Anybody feeling eps? And then this was what they did afterwards.
All right. DJ, what do you have?
If this one was Russell Crowe and I didn't pick it, I would throw myself from a building. So Russell Crowe.
Excellent. Nando, what did you pick?
I'm almost well, I haven't seen this movie, but I remember trailers for it. I think this is a movie called Revenge, starring The Rock.
Oh, cool.
And Diggins, what do you have?
I hope that's true because I once again completely randomly picked The Rock.
And random is the best kind
God
of guessing.
Mm.
This is The Rock in Snitch, a 2013
Oh, Snitch. Yeah.
Which, revenge, snitches
Yeah.
get
Mhm.
stitches. The tagline. All right.
guess-
Retribution, one of my favorite.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So this concludes our tiebreakers. I am getting the signal from the wheel that we feel pretty good about a winner. So
I bet it does.
So let's talk about the actual win count at the end of the year.
Oh,
going into the Sonic Pod, DJ had a 1-point win lead over Diggins. But Diggins is the Sonic Lord, and he bested Nando to create this tie that we had here today. Nando, you participated this year, and you did such a great job summarizing all those movies. You did such a good job.
I did. I really did. And that's the thing with me. I like attention, so I got more attention that way, and that was great. But,
And you did a great job in the tiebreaker.
I was going to say, I threw them all on purpose. That's what I was insinuating because I wanted the attention. So that's what I did.
Well, based off of the tiebreakers, Diggins coming up with one of the 6 long movies, but nailing 3 of the second tiebreaker. Diggins has completed the three-peat. He has an IMDb B as in spelling bee dynasty going, and it is magnificent.
Whatever. This doesn't matter. It's all really about the predictions. This is like the NBA Cup. This is like, oh, we'll make it. I'm sorry, the Emirates Cup. We'll make it. We'll get it sponsored. We'll people will win it and kind of care. But it's really the Larry O'Brien's what we're going for. Let's be honest.
Listen, I understand DJ feels hurt and upset that he didn't win. And I know this is coming from a place of hurt and pain. And so I forgive him for his outburst. I'm magnanimous in victory, Have we proven scientifically, objectively, that I am superior? Absolutely, yes. But that doesn't mean I have to act like it. That doesn't mean I have to lord it over you guys. We are a team. We're a team of people, one of whom is better than the others, but still a team. Where maybe 70, 15, 15 contributions across the board as to what makes this podcast a thing some people listen to for unfathomable reasons.
Well, I agree there.
And that's just the way it is.
A beautiful dynasty speech from our 3-time IMDb champion for 2022, 2023, 2024, and maybe 2025.
Maybe. We'll have to see.
Well, speaking of 2024, let's jump into those predictions you guys made at the beginning of 2024. And as I flagged at the front, typically you guys make it relatively easy for me to make decisions on these. I mean, in 2022 alone, the selections were so bad that I could not even pick a winner. I gave out so many Elon points that year. And honestly, those Elon points, very valuable.
Yeah, I think they're worth something.
So I hope you stored them up because you could get yourself some pretty government
we could get ourselves a Cybertruck.
I don't know if you want to spend your money on that.
We could get what does he love? What is he loves his family, obviously, so we could get things for our family. Or, more grok, right? You need money for grok, right?
You do need
Anybody have grok? Yeah. So
I mean, if there's a foreign election you want to swing, you probably throw some Elon bucks at it. There's a lot of stuff you can do with this.
We need to try to buy Wikipedia so they'll stop saying true things about him.
I was gonna say, Dungeons and Dragons. You wanted to buy that for a while, right? Or some shit.
Because it's woke now. Yeah,
it's woke now.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
It went from being the devil in the 80s to woke in the 2020s. I guess it's crazy. Yeah.
It's almost like, well, I wouldn't even say it's crazy to think, but people don't really believe in anything.
What?
Well,
yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel right.
Anyway,
even as I said it, I was like, there's no way that's it.
What does feel right is you 3 defending your picks with the hindsight of 2024 in front of the court and the wheel for us to decide who made the best predictions in 2024. Now, to give you guys a little bit of background of how these have shaken out in the past. In 2021, the first year that we had predictions of all 3 of you, Diggins won that inaugural year. In 2022, the following year, as I noted, It was a momentously bad year for predictions and includes probably the worst selection of all time. I don't think it will ever be beaten when Nando selected for his bomb Avatar 2, which was a $2.3 billion grossing movie, and Top Gun 2, which was the second highest grossing at $1.5 billion that year. It was so bad.
Neither of them are any good. So there's that. I trust the people and quality, but that's just people.
Well, funny you should say quality, because those choices were so bad, it overshadowed the other egregious prediction you had, and you tried to gaslight us into thinking that the Halo show was good because of it. So
the second season is good. The second season is good, you guys. It's good. I watched it this year. It was good. I mean, listen, that's good has never been why they do and don't cancel things that we're streaming. Okay. A lot of good things get canceled on streaming. In fact, probably one just now. I don't even know which one, but let's see. What's our favorite thing on streaming? No Severance, you guys. They took it away. Just kidding.
Oh, no.
We're going to do Severance. Yeah.
Well, last year, Nando, you won the predictions in 2023. And
right.
DJ, you had said that this might be your year. And despite never being the winner, you've always had what is arguably the best prediction each year. In 2023, you said Oppenheimer will be the best Nolan movie. In 2022, you called your shot and said Lightyear would bomb. In 2021, you said it would be year of the Disney, and it was. And very strong, always the bridesmaid, never the bride energy. But hey, this year, 2024, may be your year. And for that, what I'm going to do is we'll jump into the category. I'll just briefly talk about what you guys had said as your kind of predictive reasons for your prediction. And then I'll give you a chance to give a little opening statement. We'll go through all three of you. And then whoever we think has the best shot at it, we'll do a little oral arguments, and I'll make a decision live. How does that sound?
I love it.
I love it.
Excellent.
I mean, I'm okay with bribery, but I don't know how I feel about oral.
All right. You
monster.
You what's his name? That one guy we all hate. What was his name? DJ Khaled. He's got to start being in more movies. He was in Bad Boys this year, right?
He was in Bad Boys.
Bad Boys. Yeah. So it was pretty cool.
Well, Nando, why don't you kick us off for what dies in 2024? Do you remember what your prediction was?
I do.
What was it?
It was Overwatch. I said 2024 will be the year Overwatch finally dies.
And specifically, you said it will finally die because half of the player count will.
Yeah, I think I said something like that, which was, I think even then I said, like, that's probably not going to happen. But it did. That was I wanted to give a number to make my prediction more cool.
And we do appreciate that. And we will note that you were going to pick Sony dying, but DJ did steal that from you. Is there anything else you want to say about your Overwatch prediction, or do you want us to move on?
Oh, yeah, no, Overwatch is dead and buried as far as I'm concerned. It just took time. I was a little late on that Marvel Rivals would come and eat all its lunch, because you need, very few things can beat Overwatch in terms of being, sexy body pillows and stuff, which was what I think we determined was the one thing that Marvel or Overwatch had over everything else. But Marvel has a bunch of characters that some are always, and some they turned into sexy body pillows. So that's gonna be a big thing, and it's a good game. It's better than Overwatch. And I think there's been a noticeable, but not as significant as half dip in player count at some point, because Rivals showed up. And I do think this is the dominoes are starting to fall. That being said, I did not know that game was going to come out at the beginning of last year. I don't think it even was announced, so that didn't factor into my pick. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Good opening statement. DJ, do you remember what you said would die?
Well, I did say that the spunk. What are we calling it? The Sony Picture Marvel Universe is dead. Is that it would die? I believe that was my prediction.
Yes, you said Madam Web, Kraven, and Venom would all bomb, and it will end the live-action universe. And any little additional statements you want to make about that prediction?
Listen, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I've never been on a jury. I've been called to jury duty once, and I was sent away. Not me. We were all sent home. It was one of those like, hey, come in for jury duty. And then you sit there for 4 hours, and they say, go home.
Yeah,
but this
I've done that too. Yeah,
I've done that, and I've been rejected from a jury.
Oh, wow. So I guess anyway, my point is, I don't know what makes a good argument, but I assume a brief one is awesome. Those three movies were bad. They bombed, and Sony said, we're not doing this anymore. And I know they said
Web was the best movie of the year.
Yeah.
Maybe we are doing them. Don't count us out, but we heard them and we know what they meant and they know what they did and they're done with these movies. So I feel like I nailed it. 10 out of 10. I'll take the confetti's up here. You guys can't see it, but I'm ready to drop it. So, I feel good about my win here.
And Diggins, I'm sure you have something to say about that since you predicted that the AAA video game industry will die in 2024. Do you have some statements you'd like to make about that?
Now, listen, obviously when you pick something more nebulous than a specific like movie universe, to say when it is dead or not is, it's a trickier thing to like pinpoint. That being said, I believe I did some research on this. There were more layoffs in video game studios, especially big budget like AAA ones, than in any other year.
I believe that is true.
I believe this was true in like November. I don't know if it remained true throughout the rest of the year, but in November, there had not been a single week this year without major layoffs at a video game studio. And just in general, like, I think nearly every like big video game that came out, even ones that were financially successful, were never financially successful enough because the budgets are ballooning and are just unsustainable. If it's not a live service game, it doesn't work, and people can't make live service games happen for the most part.
This is very persuasive. So Nando, unfortunately for you, the court did some digging, and there were about 5.9 million players daily in January. It's up actually to 6.5 as of December. So the player count has increased. I'm sorry, but you are out of the running for what dies.
Probably a lot of bots when you really think about it, but it's hard to say.
I mean, what is but a bot, but a human with artificial intelligence?
True.
DJ, the Sony picture universe died, but then I saw a very persuasive video from a One Nando V Movies that indicated that maybe it isn't dead. And Diggins, you are correct. 14,600 jobs were lost in 2024, up from the actual big decrease that happened in 2023 as well. PlayStation had big worldwide layoffs in their Naughty Dog and London studios. A number of AAA gaming studios like Ridgeline and Deviation Games, which you'll say, I don't know who they are. That is correct. They were open for about 3 years and shuttered this past year because it does seem like the video game industry is dying. So, DJ, you'll have one last chance to convince the court. Why did Sony die harder than the AAA video game industry?
I think so, and I'm familiar with Nando's movie. It's long. It should we should count it as a movie at this point. With his video evidence of maybe Sony is not dead, but I will just say this: they can try, but these movies were catastrophes. Yes, we love Madam Web. We all have love for it in our hearts, but the box office was bad. The Rotten Tomatoes score was bad. The critical reception was bad. They're mostly at this point memes up there with the likes of Morbius. And I still think the AAA gaming industry has some life in it, more so than the Sony Pictures, Marvel Universe, Spider-Verse, whatever we're calling it. Game Awards just happened. There's some things on the horizon that look pretty cool. Witcher 4, maybe Naughty Dog had some troubled waters, but they got a game. They got a game in space.
They do have a game.
It's got a lady with a sword. If you know.
DJ. Somebody watched that video.
So I don't think that these video games are dead yet, but I think Sony is as dead as a doornail, and they are just saving face. We're not going to see any of these. I might not be right today, but I'll be right tomorrow.
See, the Witcher 4 horizon is very far off. I feel like we're like a number of years. We might be double-digit years away from that game coming out.
Listen. That's the phoenix rising from the ashes.
Right. When does Diggins? I genuinely can't remember. Is Grand Theft Auto this year or next year?
It is this year. Is it?
Yeah, well, this year. Yeah,
okay,
25.
So
25.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I forgot we're in 2025.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Diggins, Grand Theft Auto is coming out this year. Sony just absolutely bombed. They pushed back the Spider-Verse movie. That movie, speaking of movies that have a long horizon, who knows when that will come out. How can you persuade the court that it is truly the AAA video game industry that died this year? You'll get the final word on this.
In addition to those studios you mentioned that were closed, there were other longer lasting more established studios that also closed this year. For example, Microsoft closed Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, and Alpha Dog Games, all of which had been successful studios that made popular, even profitable games, and yet the overhead in the AAA gaming industry was just was not sustainable. So speaking of Sony and their troubles, they had massive layoffs. They laid off nearly half of the workforce of Bungie.
Hey! There were some other things going on there. Let's calm down there.
I mean, does it matter what the reason is if a AAA studio is doing badly? That's what was my prediction.
It's hard to say.
These are very persuasive. Nando, since you are an outsider looking in, I would like your unbiased opinion. Which way are you?
Oh, yeah, no. TJ's wrong. First of all, Venom made a bunch of money. Venom made a lot of money. You said they'd all bomb, and it didn't bomb. I don't know what it made, but it definitely made, like, I don't know, 500 million worldwide.
476, very close.
Yeah, so Venom's always going to make a lot of money. I'm really going out on a limb with Venom. They're not going to make Venom 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I mean, that's what I think. So I do think the universe is dead. I agree with DJ that the executives are saving face to
I'm getting whiplash over here on the bench.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, no. Now, hold on. I agree with DJ that the universe is dead. However, I don't think it's an interesting prediction because, of course, those movies were going to bomb.
I agree.
So it's not a good. So I would give Diggins' prediction that is maybe less technically correct, but more of a swing and probably more. I would say, yours is like, 1 out of 10. It's solid. It's solid 9, but it's got a 1 times multiplier for being boring. Whereas Diggins is maybe, I don't know, a 5 out of 10 with a 10 times multiplier. So it's 50 points on the Nando scale, which is much higher.
May I also point out, by the way, I believe this is another statistic that I looked up. In order for a PlayStation 5 game to be profitable, it needs to sell over 1 million copies, a thing that I think 3 PS5 games have ever done.
Diggins is still in the substance of his argument, which is fine. I'd like to address the style points, if I may. Listen. Those things might be cool during All-Star Weekend when we got the slam dunk contest and the 3-point contest and whatever the fuck the skills competition is. I'm still not quite sure. Shoot a ball through a little hole, but do it like horizontally, not vertically.
Yeah.
That's good. We're here in the NBA Finals trying to win. This isn't about style points. This is about assured victory. And you are all playing by the same rules. You are welcome to give boring-ass white toast predictions, but
white toast.
Winner's gonna win.
How do you even get it to be white? You go all the way past regular toast, and then it becomes like it's so hot that it is glowing white,
like white hot toast.
Oh my god,
this toast is white hot.
As we learned a few weeks ago, DJ does think when things are white, it's very important to point that out.
Mm-hmm. How did that present go, DJ? We never found out about that. AI present from Google or whatever. Remember that?
Oh gosh.
To your wife, did she like
you
Michelle like the present
or something? And it was,
are you getting a divorce?
Yeah, is it over?
Yes, but for other reasons.
I had to divert from the Google suggestions. I got something that I thought was more personal.
Wait, hold on. So you were all like, no, ChatGPT is good, knowing that you didn't follow its suggestions?
Well, that was after the fact. That had happened that day, that anecdote, all right? Like, I was still in the discovery process, all right?
All right,
follow-ups.
The court is ready to make a final ruling, and if we were doing this podcast episode a month ago, when Sony had initially said they were dead and gone, DJ would have it, but Sony has backtracked, and they haven't died yet, and video games have been struggling. So Diggins will take what dies in 2024. DJ, you'll get some side points for the Mr. Nitpicking final count, but Diggins
don't tell your wife.
The first.
I can't wait for that. I'm gonna have the jazziest predictions of 2025.
You better.
It's all gonna be jazz hands. Nothing's safe. I'm gonna be white knuckling it.
As a perfect segue, let's move on to biggest hit of 2024 with DJ's prediction. Now, DJ, this was your jazzy prediction. You said this is a can't miss movie. Huge box office with a lot of buzz. In fact, you stole it from Diggins. Your biggest hit prediction for 2024 was Furiosa, a Mad Max saga.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to hit us? Do you want to hit us with that white hot take of why Furiosa was the biggest hit of 2024?
Are you allowed to do this in court? Boy, howdy, was I wrong. My client is so guilty. Send him to jail. Yeah, man, fucking boofed that one. Whoopsie doodle.
Yeah.
Still haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's the best part.
How much my conviction is. Still haven't seen that fucking movie.
Meanwhile, I have it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So, yeah, move on. Move on to the next one.
I think it goes without saying, but I do want to say it. It finished 28th, even worse domestically. It was the literal panic button of if movies were dying in the movie theater earlier this year.
Yeah.
So I will say it didn't bomb. Like, it wasn't a huge financial disaster. It just didn't do that well.
Yeah, and when the alarm bells are sounding and Bad Boys has to come in and save the movies, you weren't the biggest hit of 2024. Next up, we had Diggins' prediction of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, saying that it would be a solid movie, top 10, and would be a big hit of 2024. So with that, Diggins, do you want to state your opening case for why it is the biggest hit?
I haven't looked this up, so I don't know if top 10 was correct.
It was 13th worldwide, 12 domestically. So very close to top 10.
Pretty close. So I think I did better than DJ. Is my argument.
Agreed.
Like, obviously I didn't do amazing. It didn't crack the top 10. It didn't I think it was a very good movie, personally. I really enjoyed that one.
Yes.
Didn't set the world on fire, but was profitable. Had a strong run. Solid. So was it the hit of 2024? No, I think it's pretty fair to say that it's not. But I forget what Nando said, and if Nando's is also bad, then I think I limped across the finish line.
Well, let's see if there is a limp across the finish line. Nando, you said that Fallout will be one of the top shows of the year. It's going to be refreshing to have a different take on the apocalypse. Wow. And you had a side rec that the animated Transformers movie could be great. Thankfully, you didn't stick with that one because that was really solid, but on the fence.
Still pretty good. Yeah, that one guy on Twitter, he agrees with me. That's all it takes.
Now, Nando, do you want to give your opening statement on why?
I genuinely have no idea how to judge this because it's a streaming show, so it's really hard. But I got to assume
it did win at the Game Awards.
It did win at the Game Awards.
Oh, and that's all that matters. So even though it's a dying industry, I would say there's got to be some. I mean, I haven't read any of these yet because they're all stupid. Not stupid. They're all boring. Those top 10 best shows of the year lists. I'm sure it's on a lot of them. I even bet it's probably number one on a couple of them because it was very good. And I watched it. Diggins watched it. DJ, did you see it? I can't remember.
Nope, did not.
Wow. DJ could not be bothered this year to watch the
I have a child,
things.
Sir. You know how hard a show is?
Loved it.
It's a miracle I know who Thanos is. It's a miracle.
It's a show about
it's a miracle
family,
you know
DJ.
who a character whose entire arc happened before your son was born.
Wrong, Thanos Diggins. Get with the program.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're thinking about a different
Squid Game
Thanos.
Yeah. Thanos, I guess. That's
Thanos. Yeah, so anyway, I'm right. That Fallout show's a big hit, even though Dickens doesn't like it, which fair, but it was a hit.
I was going to say, I think we should keep in mind that the movie I said is good, the TV show Nando said is bad.
I mean, I liked it.
Says you.
Popular.
Unfortunately,
quite
2024 taught us that what is good is not most popular, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We learned that a long time ago.
And then unlearned and then relearned it. We're really bad at this. Anyway, on a happier note, Fallout 4 is the big hit of 2024. It won a number of awards. It's got a lot of buzz. I think Nando handedly takes the biggest hit of 2024. Wow. And we can move on to the category that always goes so well. The biggest bomb of 2024. We'll start with Diggins, who predicted for his regular take that Ghostbusters Frozen Empire would be a bomb. And then for his nuclear take,
we don't have to talk about this one.
He said that Deadpool 3 was going to be Disneyfied and clash with everything that made the Deadpool franchise good and what people liked about the Deadpool movie. So, Diggins, you can defend both, please, or just decide to pick your best argument for one.
Well, now, I believe Ghostbusters was a pretty big bomb. It did not make money. Nobody liked it. It was pretty much a disaster.
Did that? I can't imagine it made more money than Planet of the Apes, but I feel like it's got to be right around there.
So, the Ghostbusters movie did not make more than Planet of the Apes, but it didn't fare any worse than the first Ghostbusters movie. So Ghostbusters Afterlife, confusingly named, the first one of this reboot refresh, made about $204 million on 129 domestic. Frozen made $202 million on 113 domestic. So with a budget of about $100 million, it didn't turn much of a profit, but not necessarily a bomb and not any worse than
you factor in marketing, I would say not profitable, actually.
Where did it land on the year, on the list?
Number 24, and it'll be there because Sonic is already
that's pretty
passed
bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't do amazing. Maybe it wasn't the biggest bomb of the year. I think it should be noted that critically it did very poorly as well. So it bombed in that sense too. Double bomb.
Double bomb.
And listen. In terms of accuracy, was my nuclear take the wrongest I could possibly have been? Maybe.
No. Second.
No. Was it the second wrongest I could possibly have been? Yes. But if we think in terms of bravery points, I think it was the bravest thing anyone said on that podcast.
Disagree.
And I think we should reward bravery. I think bravery is a virtue, and that we shouldn't punish people for being bold and decisive in their visions.
The court takes the bold and decisive choices by Diggins into account. We'll move on to the next, which is Nando. You picked Craven, and that the Beetlejuice sequel would be your nuclear take that would bomb. Now, Craven, we all know its performance was underwhelming. It made $53 million, 21 domestic, is at number 53 right now.
Pretty bad.
But Beetlejuice, a lot better. 10th highest grossing movie of the year, $451 million and 294 domestic. So with that in mind, do you want to make your case of why your bomb choices should be the best of the bomb choices?
Well, I mean, all I have to say is the Beetlejuice movie stunk. And what's the other thing? Oh, yeah, Craven. So Craven is not a brave prediction, I will say. I believe I took Craven specifically because I had Craven last year and I wanted to keep doing it until it eventually came out. And it did come out.
The Russell Crowe strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, and like they did it. Good for them. I think it's a real bummer. Or not bummer. It's funny that that this happened to it. I just think that I mean, it's gotta be, just by the numbers, one of the biggest bombs of the year. If you look at percentage of box office, it costs what did we determine, like 120 million to make or something crazy like that? And there's no way it'll even hit that. So I think that's a pretty good pick.
That is persuasive, but we have one more person to go, and that is DJ. DJ, you were going to pick Deadpool 3, but Diggins saved you from that choice.
Thank
and
God.
Instead, you went with Joker 2, not only saying that Joker would bomb, but you said that Joker wouldn't make $100 million, which honestly made us all laugh. And I will admit, I looked it up, and it made over $100 million, but it only made $58 million domestic.
Domestically, it did not make $100 million.
Wow.
Now, unfortunately, your nuclear take was Kung Fu Panda 4, which was the 8th highest grossing movie this year. But I'll turn it to not a great start for your argument. I love it. Keep that energy.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us why you should win the big bomb of 2024 title with your choice of Joker 2.
I mean, to me, this is incredibly apparent. I mean, are we to be judged on our nuclear takes? I think the nuclear takes are a flyer, let me say very jazz handsy, right? But I believe my core take of Joker 2 could have been a nuclear take by some, especially by the way I was lambasted by my co-hosts at how the $1 billion movie, the sequel to it, well, of course it'll at least make $100 million. It might not be good, but it won't bomb. And, you know, it didn't do worse than Craven at the box office, but, you know, and to Nando's credit, right, he wanted to do the legacy, and I respect that, but it is not an interesting pick by any means. I think me picking Joker 2 to bomb is a brave and accurate choice as I could have on this podcast.
So just to be clear, DJ, now bravery does count.
Well, yeah, because you got it. So, of course, because now I know how the jury works, right? Aren't juries like these shifting entities that you have to read and like, okay, they care about this, so I'm going to kind of move this way, right? I assume that's how courts and juries work.
This is true. In the first category, you tried to argue against style points, and now you're arguing for style points. And I will say, it is persuasive right now that Joker 2 is such a selection that no one, and to be clear, everyone on this podcast told you to make this your nuclear take. You said, no, I'm not making it my nuclear take. I refuse to be bullied into making it. So we all tried to save you on this one. But even when you shoot yourself in the foot, you made such a good prediction with Joker 2, absent Nando or Diggins making a strong argument for their choices. I'm going to give it to DJ for Joker 2. No?
I don't have one.
I think it's fine, you know.
You can't lose gracefully. I see. That's all right. I'll remember this.
I just said I don't have a strong argument for it not being
this is us losing
gracefully. You're a beautiful person. No, you're a beautiful person.
Okay.
I'm talking about Nando. No,
all right, here. Okay,
Diggins,
we'll lose
you are a beautiful
now.
person. Nando, you're a piece of shit. All right.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'm sure when we do the math, Craven will have made less money as a percentage of how much money he made. Then it should win. But I guess, you know, because this is like the only one I think that we can really look at objectively and say this is how big of a bomb it was. Well, but
style points matter.
Joker was a bomb. I'll admit, everybody I have talked to hates it. Everybody I was at the theater with hated it, and it made no money, and it probably, you know, wasn't great for Lady Gaga's career generally. So that's pretty bad.
And I think with Craven, the expectation of it making $100 million would have been a critical success. And so it performed all right. Joker, I think, as we mentioned, was trending towards, you know, over 500 million easy at, you know, even if it made half of what it made the first time. So with that, DJ, you will take the biggest bomb of 2024 title and with your Joker 2 prediction.
Everyone on here is a beautiful person, including you, Nando. Beautiful person.
On to the fourth category. The blank will surprise everyone for being blank. Up first, we will have DJ. You had predicted that Avatar, the live-action Netflix show, will surprise everyone for being great. Citing that Netflix finally figured it out with One Piece, and this was going to be a great show. Now, the podcast audience can't see, but DJ has buried his head into his hands. Off to a bad start, but if you would like to give your defense and your opening statement of why.
See, if this was a trial, DJ, that kind of reaction would really prejudice the jury against you. They'd be like, if he's making an argument now, he clearly doesn't believe it.
Wow. I really got to start like watching the things that I predict. I didn't watch the Avatar show either, but I heard nothing good. What a horrible prediction by me. You know, I'm gonna lose gracefully on this one and be like, boy, I bet Nando's and Diggins's were better because there's no way they could have been worse. Oh my god.
Well, that is a very very good point. Let's see if Diggins' answer was better. Diggins said that Joker will surprise everyone for being Cats level insane, and then caveated it with that it would invoke that he would invoke a strong joy in watching it, and then further clarified it in the Planet of the Apes pod about 3 minutes in, saying that it was going to try to evoke a real emotion that it would utterly fail at. Now you saved Nando from doing a Joker thing, but I will turn over the fake microphone to you to tell the court why Joker was the movie that surprised everyone for being Cat's level insane.
I think all of those things I said turned out to be true. First of all, who could have predicted that he was going to make a jukebox musical about how the first Joker was a bad movie and everyone who likes it sucks? Absolutely unhinged thing for the sequel to that movie to be. Including with just the most, like, even Cat's level having these, like, weirdly low energy musical numbers of people kind of shuffling around and it just not working at all. It did bring me a lot of joy because of all the people who liked the first one and hated this one. Because they saw themselves in this picture and they said, I don't like this. And it also, what was the last thing I said? Oh, that it would try to evoke a real emotion, which I think we could all agree. It was trying to get at some sort of tragedy with Arthur. And I don't think it did that very well. In ways that were often, very bad, but also, when you think about it, pretty funny.
Now, one follow-up question. What emotion evoked in you during the Lady Gaga and Arthur Fleck lovemaking scene? Was that joy?
Sexual desire.
Excellent. That is good for the court to take into account. That is very persuasive. Definitely more persuasive than DJ's Avatar argument. I agree. But we do have one last person to go. Nando.
It's true.
You said that Agatha will surprise everyone for being a big success. Now, you mentioned that you felt very confident in this since it was an odd character that they greenlit. Diggins appropriately pointed out that, well, they greenlit a January Echo TV show that we all forgot about happening, but it seems like it was pretty successful. So with Diggins' arguments, can you tell me why Agatha was a bigger success than Joker was being Cat's level insane?
Well, I don't think Joker was Cat's level insane because we don't think about it at all anymore. It is unlike Cats.
I think about it every day.
Sure. Cats comes up daily. I also think Cats was while I don't think anything in Joker had the ambition that Cats had and the excitement about itself that Cats had. I also think whatever that second thing that Roger said you would say, that you definitely didn't do. What was it? What's the second thing?
Invoke a strong joy in watching it.
No.
Yeah, that didn't happen at all. So anyway, on the other side of it, the Agatha show was great. I don't think either you two watched it. So nope. I can say whatever I want, but I bet, let's see, Rotten Tomatoes.
I watched the TV show. I just can't do it.
I guess not. Yeah, I think it started not great on Rotten Tomatoes, but then it became good. So I don't know where it landed. Let's see. I'm gonna open it up right now just to check. But I loved it. Yeah, it's 84, which I think is pretty solid. I think the ending was great. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, because of that, Deadpool and X-Men, think Marvel really, crushed it this year. And that Echo show, kind of stunk, but whatever. That was.
We don't remember. Nice. It was January.
It was January. It doesn't even count.
Yeah, it doesn't even count. So yeah, I think the Agatha show is great. People, you know what else I saw? This is something that I feel like I haven't seen in a while. The internet liked it and got really excited about it in that way that they did with WandaVision and certain other shows. So they needed to get those guys back, and they did.
And would you say it was successful despite being pretty woke?
Oh my God, it was so woke. 2 women kissed.
What?
There was a 2 boys kissed.
What?
Well, men. Well, no, boys, I guess. This is supposed to be 16, whatever. 2 boys kissed. A secret. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. But even future, even more queer things may happen based on, the ramifications. But yeah, I think it was quite woke. But it's interesting because it was woke, but I feel like people didn't really get mad about it because they didn't care. Because if it was something they liked, they would have been like, this is woke. But because it was something filled with Patti LuPone and stuff, they were like, that could be woke. And that's nice that they let it be woke.
All right, Diggins, I will say that Agatha having all of the wokeness and not being flamed on the internet and being beloved is pretty persuasive. Do you have anything in the last hour of the court's decision that could swing us back towards Joker, Folie à Deux?
I would just like to point out that in Joker Folie à Deux, a judge lets Joker dress in his murderer uniform in the trial, and then he does a Foghorn Leghorn impression as he just berates witnesses and is confused that a man's last name is Puddles, or incredulous, I should say. And before that, his lawyer's strategy before he fired her was to have people get on the stand and talk about what a punk-ass bitch he is. Now he sucks and no one likes him.
I mean,
that is
if
pretty
I could
wild,
rebut
Nando.
that, can we get something interesting from the other 190 minutes of the movie? Because I feel like that was a solid 10-minute chunk, but there were more of it, and it just went and went and went. So, I don't know what to say.
Well, Nando, do you remember when near the end of the movie, it's implied that he is the victim of a
I was going to say
heinous crime by some prison guards? Let us say.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when that happened?
I do remember that.
I don't know if that elicited strong joy in watching. So
yeah, Diggins, you sicko.
Well, the main prediction is that it would be insane, and it's insane that happens.
I do agree that it is pretty insane, but I think Nando's rebuttal is going to carry the day, and he will win everyone will be surprised with Agatha's success, and we'll move on to the final category.
I think the bribery really shifted things on this one.
He likes RVs, Diggins.
Yeah, there's an RV store in every city. So just go down and
I take
get
my
one
Nebula
now.
plane to my RV, back to the airport, pick up the Nebula plane, fly over to see Megalopolis with Patrick. It's great. It's all fun.
The next season of Jet Lag is just going to be you in the RV driving around with all the Jet Lag guys. It'll be great. Huge hit.
But all justices know that we are so good that we cannot be swayed even by piles of money. We just are too good, too pure, that no amount of money and bribery can affect us. I was going to decide this any other way. All right. The final category, 2024, will be the year of blank. Diggins, you said that 2024 will be the year that fucks. You listed off.
Now, Challengers was a big hit this year. The movie about Zendaya having a bisexual threesome. She also has sex in Dune with Timothée Chalamet.
Sure.
And
that's right.
This is a late entry.
Okay.
But I actually just today saw a pretty sexy movie that I think really ended the year on a sexy note. A movie called Nosferatu.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I think
it fucks.
I think it's Robert Eggers' sexiest movie.
That was top competition for that title. So you mentioned the Dune movie, and there was a love scene, but did the Dune scene have that orgy scene so notable in the books?
Yeah.
It did not. Did Deadpool, an R-rated blockbuster, have any fucking? It did not.
It did not.
Hold on.
There's like references to like sexy stuff, but there's no fucking.
In Deadpool 1, we had
two
a
guys'
calendar
butts
montage
at one point and kind of moving around. Remember that? That was in the beginning.
Is that something? Did that awaken something in all of us? We don't know.
But
also,
we talked about pegging. Remember pegging? You guys.
Oh yeah.
Disney would never, but they did. So yeah.
But they didn't let them show it.
Yeah.
No, they did not.
And we mentioned Joker had a number of sex scenes that were anti-sexy.
That's true.
And we are forgetting about, and rightfully so, because it should be repressed, that The Crow had what everyone here said, an all-time terrible sex scene.
That's really true. The worst.
And so for me...
What about Megalopolis? Also had one of the worst sex scenes I've ever seen. I don't know about sex, oral sex, or whatever. Yeah, but horrible.
No, they also have regular sex.
Oh, do they? In the movie?
Shia LaBeouf, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Remember when she's like, "Call me auntie"?
Mm-hmm.
That's the oral sex one I'm thinking. Oh, you're right. They do have regular sex.
Regular sex, yeah.
It's both.
Thank you, Past Diggins, for making this prediction so we could have this wonderful conversation.
And if you don't forget, at the end of that movie, for a brief moment, we think we're looking at the huge tent of John Voight.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
and he tells them, he asks them what they think of this boner he has. Pretty sexy.
But just like everything else, the rug was pulled out from under us, and it was just a bow and arrow. So, unfortunately, I don't think I'm persuaded that 2024 was the year that fucks. Nando, you said 2024 will be the year of the anti-hero, listing off Deadpool, Agatha, Bad Boys, Wicked. You also listed off Craven, Borderlands, The Joker, and Furiosa. So why was 2024 the year of the anti-hero?
Because all those movies and shows you just said, those. Plus Penguin. Penguin was very good. And Fallout also had a lot of anti-heroes in it. I
would argue the Penguin is not an anti-hero. He's just straight up a villain protagonist.
Yeah, but
the court is going to need a definition of anti-hero versus villain.
This show paints him as an anti-hero. Well, first of all, the idea of villain protagonist, that's kind of what anti-hero is in some, it is a non-traditional hero.
Definitions.
But by who? Give me the anti-hero dictionary.
By literary community.
Mm-hmm.
No, these
are literary terms, DJ. Anti-hero is a literary term.
So then find it.
I should defend this.
An anti-hero is a hero who displays like traits not essentially like a hero is, like Superman. He is a hero who, fights for truth, justice, the American way, is upstanding and like virtuous, etc. An anti-hero is someone who does and believes in good, but is like bitter or cynical or like rude or otherwise does not conform to the traditional like traditional societal expectations of how like a good person is supposed to act. Crucially, they do still have to be a hero. They do have to actually be actively and purposefully working towards good. It's about the way they approach that and the attitude they take. Someone who is building a criminal empire is just a villain protagonist. That is a different thing.
Oh my God. So you're saying that anybody who you believe is a criminal is a villain? Nobody that commits crimes can be heroic in any way? I'm sorry. Well, what about one person who I won't name because if the FBI is going to get me? But what about a certain Italian
you're
putting
words in my mouth.
Yeah. I think the show. How about this? I think the show The Penguin, while we know the Penguin is a villain, paints him as an anti-hero because it paints him as a sympathetic character who was abused or whatever. I don't remember how they did it, but he's got anti-hero written on them in the show. But even if you take Penguin out of the thing, because I wasn't even in the ones you said originally, Roger, although I do think it's a good example of one. I think having Deadpool and Wicked being like two of the highest grossing movies of the year, and Wicked is like a stupid anti-hero movie, in that it's the birth of a hero who maybe she's not a hero at all, or maybe she is. I think it's a pretty solid movie also. And I didn't say this, but I should have. This was also the year of Taylor Swift, a musician who went on tour and sang a song called Antihero, and the fucking people lost their minds. So I do think the fact that word, if you Google it, she comes up first, means that's I'm even more correct. I'm sure there's other things too. What was the highest selling video game of this year? Probably one about an anti-hero, right? Astro Boy. I don't know.
Neither of those are video games with anti-heroes.
Well, while you look that up, I'm going to turn it over to the last
Dragon's
prediction.
Dogma.
Again, they're cops.
Helldivers, you're a villain protagonist.
I don't know. But Hades 2, that came out. Kind of. Anti-hero.
Well, let's give DJ a chance, let's smell what DJ's cooking.
Oh yeah, what did DJ say?
You predicted that 2024 will be the year of The Rock, and I do not know enough about WWE to pretend that I can give reasons. So this is all on you. Your moment to shine. Bright, white hot glory all over the court.
Look, so I'm going to save the WWE argument for last, because I do think that might be on the fringes of, you know, even if he had a career year for him, could it really be the year of The Rock? Let's just stick to, you know, plain old facts. You know, The Rock was in Moana 2, which was in one of the highest grossing movies of the year. And, you know, probably the biggest star in it. Like, if we're being honest, everyone's going out to see what The Rock is cooking. And listen, people might have their thoughts on Red One, but The Rock's face was everywhere. If you watched Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime, and a lot of people do, like more people watch like Thursday Night Football than like some like NBA playoff games, you couldn't get away from seeing The Rock and J.K. Simmons just being like, "Oh, Red One, it's here, baby." And you know, listen, I know I brought this up before, but GQ did name The Rock Entertainer of the Year. That is an objective, you know, journalistic publication saying there was an entertainer this year, and it was The Rock. So how do you not, you know, say that this was the year of The Rock? He had an amazing year. Also, I'm not sure how many more movies is going to be in, like, coming up. So, like, this was it. Like, he's had to go with a bang.
Do you have some? Do you have some information about The Rock? Is he shot in his face or something?
Huge.
I'm just saying,
he's about to get me too'd.
It's just, if you look, it might have another big wrestling resurgence. Is all I'm going to say. But look,
okay.
And on that side of it, from January to April, he had an incredible run. Nando wouldn't even be able to deny this. The clips I was sending him of The Rock calling people candy asses and calling fat asses out in the crowd. You know, it was classic heel Rock being a heel. And then, you know, featured in a match, you know, where he helped out Roman Reigns, and then got disappeared by The Undertaker, because I don't think he actually wanted to do any meaningful wrestling. But in terms of being an on-mic heel, he was incredible. And I have those YouTube clips to back it up. And I think Nando would back me up on that as well. So I'm not saying that, you know, oh, it was definitively the year of The Rock, but it was definitely more than the year that fucks and the year of the antihero. Those arguments, get them out of here. It was much more The Rock's year than any antihero or anyone who fucked. And The Rock would know, because he does not fuck.
If it was the year of The Rock, it would still be the year of the antihero, because he's always an antihero in his stuff. Well, not always, but sometimes.
Was it this year?
Wrestling Rock is.
No, he's a villain. I don't want to say there's no anti-heroes in wrestling, but there's heroes and villains, because they distill wrestling down to its purest narrative form. So you have heroes and villains, heels and faces. The Rock is a heel.
The Undertaker is the devil or something, right?
Yeah, but he's
so
like
the devil
a good guy.
Took him to hell.
So the Undertaker's an anti-hero then, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
So they're friends.
I would say, so I'm going to argue against both of them right now.
Love it.
Obviously, I was wrong. But first of all, I mean, yes, The Rock. I mean, I think the best argument you have is that The Rock was in Moana 2, which was a huge runaway success, one of the biggest movies of the year. I do think, even though that's true, it was immediately overshadowed by Wicked, and nobody talked about Moana 2.
That's true.
I mean, I think the children were pretty heavy on it too. You know, if you're in, I mean, you have nieces and nephews who I feel like are very much in that age demographic of like, yes, we love like Frozen and Moana, right? I'm sure they were like huge on it, right?
Haven't seen it.
God damn it!
Did they see Wicked?
Take them while I'm still here. No,
are they too young
don't
for
see
Wicked
very often.
Oh, okay, sure.
Well, they're definitely too young for Wicked. I wouldn't take them.
Yeah,
but
okay.
They're also pretty young for the movies, and also there's 3 of them, and my sister has only so much ability to bring them places.
Fair enough.
To argue against Nando, I feel like that's a bullshit prediction, because everything's an anti-hero now. Like, anti-hero is the default. But I feel like that's not a 2024 thing. That's like a past 40 years thing.
Nando predicted this, I believe, and said in 2025 that it looked like it would be the year of the hero. We have Superman and a lot of traditional heroes. So with that in mind, Diggins, would you like to amend your third-party complaint against Nando? and his case.
I feel like that's, an argument that can't be disproven or proven because it's about the future. Like,
I agree.
Are those going to be the successful movies that everyone talks about, or are like the big successes all going to be anti-hero stuff? We don't know.
Thunderbolts. What
Thunderbolts
about them,
is
guys?
Anti-heroes. That's true. That they're anti-heroes. But Captain America,
I was going to say Captain America, very traditionally.
We'll see.
But
he seems to be like
depends on who you ask on the
kind of
internet.
anti-hero, Captain America.
Yeah. DJ looks at him and says, anti-hero. Something about this Captain America. Anti-hero to me. Whereas I say, even more of a hero because you have wings and a hat. Little hat that comes up and covers your face for advertisements
it's like a
and
cowl,
toys.
right? It's kind
of. It's like a new helmet. He has like a bajillion, like it's like a nano helmet thing. People thought it was because they wanted to hide his face in certain countries' posters because of their certain belief, but then apparently they didn't do that, so that's nice. Remember how they used to take Finn off the Star Wars posters? That's pretty funny, right? That was funny that they did that.
Well, Nando, come on, it's not like he kisses a man.
I mean, maybe he does. Maybe him and Bucky finally boned down, or maybe him and I don't know.
It could be the year that fucks.
It could be the year that fucks. Listen, all I'll say to my prediction and to Diggins' thing, to DJ's thing is this: The Rock peed in bottles, and he was late to his movies. And everyone hates him now. And very important, he was late to wrestling. He was so late to WrestleMania that they had to delay the WrestleMania he was at. And I turned on Red One for a minute yesterday to show it to Hannah because I thought it'd be funny. And she almost threw up. It was the worst thing she'd ever seen. That movie is terrible.
What's
terrible? The scene, my favorite scene, where they get massive gains. That was we watched that scene, and then I went to the scene where he slides down the random slide to get to the guys getting Grylar or whatever. I don't know. That movie's
prior to the last.
Sorry, no, I like the version of Red One you're talking about where Bill Murray in Quantumania is the villain.
Oh yeah, he should have been in that.
So prior to the last thing Nando said, everything he said was absolutely true. The Rock was late to WrestleMania. He peed in bottles. And, to quote Diggins, we're talking about him, right? All we can do is talk about The Rock because of his crazy... Don't you say that? We're talking about it. I think that's a classic Diggins line. Yeah. We're talking about him. And that makes it his year, be it a true villain or a true hero, not this anti-hero slop. It was The Rock's year to take.
Yeah,
that is pretty persuasive.
You know what? I changed my mind. It's The Rock's here because he managed to pee in bottles, and he's still for some reason in the public. Like he went through more strife than anyone has in human history, and he came out on top.
I'll say one thing because it just clicked for me. I was walking through Times Square 2 days ago, and I'm walking down 42nd Street past Madame Tussauds. Who's the wax figure they have outside that everyone's around taking pictures with? The Rock. Dwayne Johnson in a weird red velvet suit with pants thing that is probably something he's never worn, but he's doing the eyebrow thing, and then he's kind of standing like this, arms crossed, three quarters out, and then there's people doing the mirror pose behind him. I want to take pictures with wax figure of The Rock. Case closed as far as I'm concerned.
Wow. That's a great point.
It's his year.
I do agree that any press is good press, even bad press. And we, despite only having 1.5 movies, because we'll call Red One a movie, The Rock was pretty popular all year. So I think 2024 will be the year of The Rock officially. Written in the stone tablets of the Nitpicking Supreme Court. So with that, though, despite
I think what this is definitely a limping across the finish one, though.
No.
Hey, win's a win, right?
Now
we made $50 million on that awful Red One movie. That's the biggest win in Hollywood this year.
Yeah.
The movie wasn't profitable, but The Rock made profits, and he'd show you those profits on a little Instagram Live or something on his car. Profits and losses.
Nando, he has his rate. Once he has his rate, he has to get that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he does a bad job.
Even if he doesn't show up until the very last minute. All right. Well, with that, we have an interesting breakdown for what 2024 ended up being. So it looks like at final count that Nando will take the 2024 crown by a hair over DJ, having more momentum and correct predictions. But DJ, yet again, standing next to the altar by Nando's side, you had, I think, the best called shot with Joker 2 being the bomb. Especially with that $100 million prediction that, understandably, we all laughed at, but we should not have. You were right.
I'm fine being the perennial Josh Allen, just here, not able to win the big prize because Nando Mahomes is just like putting me in a headlock and just burying me. I will continue to live that life. So
and live that fine. Life you shall for at least another year. Now,
didn't understand a word that came out of my mouth.
And I'll be the Travis Kelce who gets to kiss Taylor Swift.
You're
and
the true
anti-hero. The anti-hero.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, I mentioned at the beginning of the podcast that we'd be awarding a Mr. Nitpicking award for the first time this year, and that will be a breakdown of all things mostly nitpicking. So the way that works is points are awarded for winning the Eliminator, men's bracket and women's bracket, 15 total. The Vulture Fantasy League from last year, that winner got 12 points. The winner of IMDb got 40 points, and partial points are given to the second and third place finisher. And then 6 points for winning specific categories, with Bomb being a potential 9. And after all of the decisions, including the IMDb and DJ, I'm sorry to say, but losing the IMDb crown did cost you the mostly nitpicking Mr. Nitpicking crown.
Wow.
And instead, at a score of 61 to DJ's 58, Nando takes his place as the first Mr. Nitpicking.
Wow.
Oof. We sure about these weights, by the way? We sure about these weights? Can we get a independent third party to check those weights? I don't know. I don't know. Could someone who did so poorly in IMDb, truly be Mr. Nitpicking?
How many IMDb's did I get?
Who's not good at sports? Really? Should he lose because he doesn't know sports?
Diggins, if you did better at sports, it still would have been a tough sledding for you. But you should try the bracket a little bit harder and the Eliminator a little bit harder. But no, Nando carried the day with a tied first place finish in the Eliminator. He won the women's bracket. He won the men's bracket. He won the Vulture Fantasy League. Even though he came in third, only netting 20 points in IMDb, he had an excellent showing in his oral arguments for the 2024 predictions and eked out a win. I also want to recognize the winner of the Eliminator for everybody. That was Seb Guts, who picked Swordfish, yet another movie debt piling up behind you guys.
Oh,
You guys can try to tackle in 2025.
The fuck. Yeah.
It's
like a
I mean, it is January, so if we ever needed
it's that time of year, fellas.
And then the men's bracket was won by literally John Cena, for all I know. On Discord is his name. So it might be the John Cena Peacemaker Zone. He picked Babylon as his movie.
Yeah,
maybe we'll do it. Who knows? No, I'm kidding. We'll do it.
We were close. There was 1 week where we almost did Babylon.
Yeah, we were really close.
And then the women's bracket was won by the person who said Diggins can pick for me, and we took a hard ticket to Hawaii trip with Diggins' choice. And Nando, you won the Vulture League outright. Did you pick a movie for that?
I think my movie pick was Theodore Rex, technically, or something like that.
Okay.
No, wasn't it Congo?
No, it was Congo.
Yeah,
or Congo, right. Yeah, that's right.
You were going to do Theodore Rex, and then you started watching it and was like, this is too insane. We have to do this for a live thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And so then you switched it to Congo.
Congo.
To be fair, it was hard for me to keep track of because we did Congo, Planet of the Apes from 2001. Yep. We did Theodore Rex. And then we did the pacifier for some reason. So really hard to keep track of where these
that wasn't
Debt. That was Debt. That was 100%.
Yeah, that was Debt.
Yep.
Yeah.
But which debt, we never know. We just put it
there's
in
a list of debts somewhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I want to say that one was Connor. I kind of remember that, but I'm not positive. It was a good movie. No, it wasn't.
So with that, I've taken off the wig. My work here is done in making official decisions. We have our 3-time dynasty-leading IMDb B as in spelling bee champion Diggins.
Which we can all agree is the most important part of this.
It's the Emirates Cup at best.
And then we have our 2024 predictions winner and also Mr. Nitpicking himself, Nando, for 2024.
Incredible. Yeah, that makes sense because this was a fantastic year. Everyone liked all the stuff from it. And, we'll talk about all the things that it was of and was not of this year. But I feel like justice was done. Like Win the Penguin, we got justice. So pretty good. Or Joystice or whatever we would have called it. I can't remember. DJ, did you watch the Penguin?
No.
Jesus
Christ. It's a TV show. I didn't watch it. I don't watch TV shows.
Christ.
It's crazy. I got to finish Squid Game before Severance comes out because I don't watch TV shows. It's no goddamn time. Because you know why? I just watch reality television. That's what it's come down to. That's what my life is.
Yeah, that's true. You watch a lot of that. And there was some good of that, to be fair.
Yeah, I never put those in my predictions because no one would ever think I'm right and I couldn't defend them. So I just leave them out. And it's all going to be the same,
Fair.
No ultimatum will be better than another ultimatum.
Well, that was that, you guys. So how's the wheel doing, by the way, Roger? How's the wheel? Is it alive still? It hasn't said anything in a while. Or did it leave you?
The wheel is spinning happily because DJ lost in dramatic fashion 3 times. So it has not stopped. I've actually had to put it in a different room because just.
Is that a sexual thing? Is that when the wheel spins like that? Is it because it's like a mating situation?
Because the wheel fucks, as we know.
Yeah, the wheel was very excited about 2024 and then disappointed with all the lack of fucking. So we'll see if 2025 satisfies its lust for the bone down.
Well, yeah, let's talk about what 2024 actually was. We'll do our 2024 recap thingies. And we do these person by person usually. Not person by person, but thing by thing. And we all give our things. So let's start with DJ. What was the biggest failure of 2024? This could be anything. Everybody knows this doesn't have to be. Yeah. This could be a person like The Rock. This could be a movie like Red One, or this could be a movie like Moana 2 when you really get down to reviews.
I think for this was I had 2 big movie ones, but I felt that I just had to double down on my awesome prediction. And I had this before we did this whole bit. I had all this before the pod. So I'm not going to belabor it. I do think Joker 2 was the biggest failure of 2024. If you want to stack the expectations of where something should have been to where it landed, I think Joker 2 is one of the biggest craterings. It was a movie that actively shat on its own fans. That is another kind of failure in and of itself. So I think
that's the coolest and best thing about that movie.
Yeah, well, okay. I like that.
Yes, the hate. If you're a hater, there's nothing cooler. But if you genuinely like that, you're like, oh no, I have been let down. How can you have done this to me? But if you're a hater, it's great, which I think almost does make it kind of a failure. I don't know. I'm sticking with it. I feel good about it. I'm going Joker 2, Folly Adieu, Let There Be No More, biggest failure of 2024.
Wow.
I don't know who to pass it off to. Is it Diggins? Are we going?
Sure. Diggins, circle? What do you think is the biggest failure of 2024?
Originally I was thinking Joker 2, but then I remembered that we're expansive about our categories here and what we can say. And I think there's one thing that expectations started low and the reality was so much lower that it was unbelievable. Because guys, I gotta say the biggest failure of 2024 gotta be the Cybertruck.
Wow.
See, this is interesting because I'd have to look this up, but I thought these Cybertruck sales were actually good. No one check your phone for any literally recent Cybertruck news.
I was going to say
anything that happened today as we're recording.
Yeah.
But wait, did the Cybertruck get invented in 2024? Was this the first year it could have even been around?
Yes, on the street driving. Yes, yeah.
That's crazy. It feels like it's been around for way longer.
It's uninsurable because of how faulty it is. That is pretty bad.
The accelerator could get stuck.
Yeah.
It could like the process of opening the doors if the power's out is convoluted. So if you're in an emergency situation, you've got to like unscrew a plate and then like pull a lever and then kick a panel, and then you can get out of your like burning, exploding Cybertruck. The LED
from last year, from 2024, obviously a different thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The LED headlights don't melt snow, and there's like shells like
so
inset.
Funny.
So snow piles up on them and your headlights stop working. They don't handle well. They can't go off-road even though they're supposed to be trucks.
They can't tow. They can't like tow anything meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they're piling up on used car lots. There's like nothing more by percentage in terms of car showing up on used car lots than the Cybertruck.
If you get your finger caught in the door or trunk or whatever, it will slice it off instead of stopping.
Yeah, like that guy. That was funny.
Wait, has this like happened to people?
Yeah. On videos. They're like, hey, look at this cool feature of my car, and then they get their finger cut off or whatever.
Well, there are people that it has happened to, and then there are people who are like, I'm going to test this, and they do it. And they are like ready to stop it, so it doesn't slice their finger off. But they're like, yeah, it was gonna. You can see this enormous bruise. Like, I need to go to a hospital right now, actually.
I also saw that the charging sometimes gets messed up, so it's not grounded properly, and the whole car gets slightly has a voltage if you touch it. It's like a strong static shock, which is crazy.
Oofa.
So there's just we all thought it looked dumb and was silly, and like all the things we said about it. I don't think anybody predicted the level of utter disaster this car is.
Oh man, that's so great.
In 2024.
The unbreakable window that they broke immediately. I mean, that's the easiest way to get out of the car. Just break the windows that are.
That's true.
It's so funny.
But also making it unbreakable, even though it can be broken, it is harder, which means in an emergency situation, it's harder for, say, firefighters to break the window to get to you.
Yeah. It's pretty
amazing.
It's a pretty stupid car.
So just in all those ways, just absolute, possibly the worst car ever designed. Just truly remarkable. And for that reason, I have to say that the Cybertruck is the biggest failure of the year.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
unbelievable.
What about you, Nando?
What
do you think?
I mean, I've got the one that we didn't say that honestly I was going to say as part of someone's arguments for something. But I was like, maybe I won't have to say it and I could save it for this. Because the biggest failure of the year is one word, 2 syllables, Concord. I think that may be one of the greatest failures in the history of all time. They made the video game.
Oh, I should have brought up Concord for the video game one. I mean, I won it anyway, so it's fine.
It completely died, and you can't even watch it and play it anymore. I watched its secret level episode. It's not very good. It's about the guys inventing the time or the stream jumping into the void or something. They have to steal a key. It sucks. But yeah, that game, and this was the thing when I was like looking at my Overwatch prediction halfway through the year, I was like, oh, at least this Concord game maybe will save me. Because it was supposed to be an Overwatch killer, and it died so heroically. And yeah, I do think it's like, I think there's a lot of other games that have had this happen. You know, we've seen Anthem, we've seen other games, but none quite as quickly and as like definitively as this one. And at least with Anthem, there were people that were excited about Anthem when it was coming out because it looked cool and like the studio was cool and, you know, robots or whatever. But then with this one, it was just like nobody liked it. And then it came out and everyone said no. And then they took it away. It's incredible. Yeah, I think Concord is the biggest failure of the year, maybe the biggest gaming failure of all time next to like the ET game that broke the entire gaming industry. The only way this could have been a bigger failure is if people heard about it before the week before it came out, but it was like kind of low key. I will say my backup for this was that fucking Horizon American Dawn movie or whatever. Remember that movie from this year? Kevin Costner made 4 of them.
Kevin Costner's Megalopolis?
Yeah, Kevin Costner made a Megalopolis about the West. He planned to make 4. He made 2. 1 bombed so bad that then 2 didn't get a theatrical release. Now nobody knows what's happening with the other ones. But like that's a huge bomb. And some people had that as their like big hit of the year because of Yellowstone and all that. But yeah, I kind of didn't really even know enough about that to say that it was the biggest failure of 2024.
Nando, you're telling me
know it.
Kevin Costner of The Postman and Waterworld had bombs?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I know. And he had been on so many hits with this stupid Yellowstone show that he felt like he was invincible, like the show Invincible, but it turns out he was invincible like the show, like the movie Invincible with Mark Wahlberg. Not very good, and he didn't last very long. And it's a big joke. So I'm interested what the future for Concord holds, because they did say maybe they're gonna like retool it or something. But it just fundamental. No, they did. It seemed like they might make it free to play, and they might change everything about it. But I don't think we'll ever hear from it again. And I think it's just another nail in the coffin for video games, big studio video games of 2024. But how about this, Diggins? What would you say was the biggest winner of 2024?
The biggest winner of 2024? Well, I'm well prepared for this, Nando.
Okay.
I do have an answer.
Okay.
I actually do have an answer for this one. The biggest winner of 2024, I have to say, for me, in terms of the biggest winner, in terms of what I was most surprised by the success of, I would have to give to Wicked. Wicked being a part 1, which I hate, which is to say, I don't mind 2-part movies in the sense of, like, the Mission Impossible part 1, part 2 thing doesn't bother me, because I feel like part 1 is a full movie and then part 2 will be a full movie. And same with the Spider-Verse. I feel like the part 1, it ends on some kind of cliffhanger, but I feel like there's a complete story in the first one. I hate when you take a book or some other source material and you split it in 2 and you make 2 movies, because there's not a complete story in either of those movies then. That being said, I think it worked better for Wicked because Wicked is a stage show, so there is like Act 1, Act 2, a clearer delineation. And obviously it was incredibly financially successful. Everyone loved it. It's getting like awards buzz and Oscar buzz now because it did so well. Ariana Grande is like getting lots of praise for everyone being surprised that she is actually capable of acting. And singing like non-pop songs.
Well,
yeah,
it's kind of poppy.
I mean, popular maybe,
I
but
get
then
it.
like,
pop
some
is
of her
in the
other
name of
songs
one
are
of them.
very operatic.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, it really took the world by storm, which I did not think was going to happen. I didn't even think this movie would be that good, and I ended up liking it for the most part. So, for me, biggest winner, kind of like how Biggest Loser is the biggest gulf between what we expected and what we got. For me, the biggest gulf between what I expected and what I got was Wicked, and so I'm calling that the winner of 2024.
What about you, DJ? What's your biggest winner of 2024?
So I feel like for this, I really took it the year, and I'm like, well, who is on an ascension? I wanted to go with the person. I kind of like that for unless there's like a clear out and out. Oh, like this thing won. But I do think in this instance, it was a person's year, and if I had this as a prediction, would have been much better than The Rock. I think I would have won easily. But I have Timothée Chalamet as the biggest winner of 2024.
Ooh,
I just think his star is on an incredible rise. Like he was already at what I would say is like superstar status, but he's actually ascending into super duper star status, like becoming the rare like one of ones, like a Brad Pitt, like a George Clooney, like a maybe even like a Russell Crowe, some might say, or a Mark Wahlberg, just up there, top tier status, highest quotes. But okay, so the range is incredible too. I didn't see the Bob Dylan movie, but my mom did, and she said he was great in it, and so did Bob Dylan. Apparently that movie's good, and he's also getting Oscar buzz. So he might.
It's a musician biopic, DJ. So I simply cannot believe that it's good.
Yeah, and he's not a monkey in it, so who gives a shit? You know, my musical biopics need to be monkey guys.
And
that one,
sure, that's one data point, but. What's this? What's over here? Oh, he's making the nerds happy. He's tearing it up in Dune. Never has there been a better Paul Atreides. Look at that. Everyone loves him because he's so great in Dune. And he also
dare you insult Kyle MacLachlan.
Kyle MacLachlan.
Like
yeah.
I'll take him out to the woodshed is what I'll do with Kyle MacLachlan.
Wow.
And then, look over here. Bunch of weirdos are just like dressing up doing lookalike contests for Timothy Chalamet in Central, I don't know where it was, but somewhere in New York City. And then he shows up to the lookalike contest of him. Come on now.
Yeah,
he's
cool.
He's the true people's champion, and he's this like incredible auteur actor. I just think he won 2024 pretty handily. He had a pretty awesome year.
He was also on College Game Day as a guest picker, and everybody thought he did a phenomenal job. He did a very good job. And look, that's a whole different audience that he reached in that scenario.
And he just came into our lives many years ago, just fucking a peach. And we're like, oh, who's this sweet child? And now he's just like probably going to wind up being like one of those like bankable actors of all time. So
he did fuck that peach.
He fucked that peach good.
Now, DJ, one argument against this, however, is that 2023 is when Wonka came out.
Yeah.
So
but it was like December, right? So isn't that really, or November? Isn't that really just the preamble to 2024? You know, you're really just kind of like getting scooped in up with it, right? Memory's foggy, right? We can't be sure when things happen. So, you know,
it's true.
I think because it was so late in the year, kind of get scooped up along with it.
Did you ever see Wonka?
Nope. I probably should. You guys tell me it's a gas. I listen to the pod. Seems pretty awesome.
You can watch it with a kid too. They'd probably like it.
Surprisingly good.
Yeah. So I should watch it. So, but what about you, Nando? Who's your winner of 2024?
I was torn. Part of me wanted to say it was Disney because they made a shitty Moana movie and made them $1 bazillion. But I'm going to change my answer to my alternate answer because I think it's more interesting. I'm going to say the biggest winner of 2024 was the country of Japan. They had, boy, did they have a year. I would say everybody's favorite show of the year was the Shogun show. Not everybody's, but a lot of people. Shogun was the other big hit of the year, I think, right around where Fallout was. Except I think if Diggins watched Shogun, you'd like it. Did you see Shogun, Diggins?
I liked Shogun and I loved it.
Yeah, there you go. So,
DJ,
Shogun
did
was
you
great.
see it?
You guys know the answer to this one.
Shogun,
you guys all know.
I feel like I don't know how the Emmys and Golden Globes and all that work. Like I know sometimes I feel like they're probably in contention this year. But I wouldn't be surprised if they win a lot of awards. And that was great. That stupid Godzilla movie from this year with the robot arm and stuff. It wasn't like, I mean, I'm sure it was somewhat financed by, what is the name of the studio, Diggins? What's it called? Toho? Toho, yeah. And they're coming off of Godzilla -1, which was also a big hit. There were a lot of Japanese shows about Japan. That show Sunny, which I kind of liked. And Hit Monkey, also about Japan. But then one thing that really killed it in the end of the year that was like, wow, look at Japan. The new season of Fortnite is Japan themed. And it really, if you play it, makes you go, I want to go to Japan. Like, I think Japan, I don't know a lot about their politics. You know, I know they shot that president with the printed gun a while ago, but I don't think that was this year. Prime Minister, right? Yeah. So there's that. But besides that, maybe it's a horrible place to live. But based on watching Shogun and playing all the Fortnite and stuff, and all that stuff, I mean, I don't know.
You could say, Nando, that the man using the device maybe inspired some other people.
That's true.
That were in 2024.
That's true. So Japan's coming out of the culture in a big way. And it's finally, things from Japan like Godzilla -1 from 2023 hit in 2024 for a lot of people. So that was big. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, that Blue Eyed Samurai show. I remember if that was this year, last year. I watched it this year, and I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like Japan really, really put it together. And I think part of the other thing that I like about it is there's a lot of these actors like Hiroyuki Sanada and the other guy who from Shogun, who was the guy who always went, that guy. They're showing up in a lot of stuff now. They're really having a year. So maybe this will make them stars. Not that they're not stars, but overseas stars. Yeah. DJ, how about Remember When? Do you have a Remember When?
I have a good Remember When, I think. Hey guys, do you remember back around the middle of this year when, there was like a lot of stuff happening with Boeing where it's like, the planes are falling and the doors are falling and people are just like getting, just disappeared or murdered who are about to testify against Boeing.
Yeah.
But you also remember when Boeing sent up those astronauts for an 8-day space mission to the space station? Remember that happened in June of 2024? Well, you should, because they're still fucking there.
Yeah.
They went up for an 8-day mission. It's like 7 months later. Maybe they'll be back like after the Super Bowl. Incredible. Can you imagine like how many baseball games, like, and I don't mean like a Yankees game, like kids baseball games were missed over the summer, or just like birthdays, just like fucking insane. Just send 2 astronauts into space, be like, all right, honey, I'll be back. I'm going on a week-long trip. And it's like, oh, JK, it's going to be, 3/4 of a year or whatever. Like, just crazy. What's going on?
Crazy.
I can't believe they're still up there. Maybe when we're doing this episode next year, I'll be like, I'm so glad they finally got back. I think Elon promised to bring it back a week later. So what happened, huh?
Oh, yeah, where'd they go? Are they back?
Turning, they're still there. They're still there. So that's I know. God,
maybe those are the workers that Elon mentioned bringing back into the States. Maybe that's them.
Oh yeah, you got to get them back for visas.
Got to get them back.
And wasn't this year also the year that this was the year that the plane door exploded, right? That was that. I think it was January this year. Yeah.
There's a lot of Boeing stuff that all happened in this succession, and then it was like, it's probably fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean they're still going, even though they're really bad and they've done all kinds of terrible things.
Yeah, but just the astronaut one, I'm like, oh my god, it's like remember when, and also still. So
yeah,
that's my big remember when of 2024. What about you, Diggins?
So 2024, a lot of things happened in 2024. I think we can all agree. A lot of things that were stupid, and a lot of things that sucked. I'm going to point out one that's just kind of weird and funny, because that's what I need right now. Do you guys remember in 2024 when, before Twitter fully exploded, Elmo was tweeted like, how's everybody doing? And it became like a multi-day meltdown for everyone on that site to just tell Elmo about how bad they were doing.
Oh yeah, that was a teachable moment for sure. That was
great.
Yeah,
we should have seen it coming.
Yeah, the follow-up was like, Elmo learns that it's good to ask your friends how they're doing and give some hugs every now and again.
Some poor intern at Sesame Street just had the weirdest day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Opened up his phone. 7,000 notifications over the last 2 minutes. What is going on?
Yeah. That was also pretty weird.
I don't know if you know this, but Sesame Street actually had a terrible year because Max said they're not going to put new episodes on Sesame Street. So I think right now that there's no home for new Sesame Street.
That's true. Yeah.
So
it's all your fault, DJ. As a child owner, you don't make them watch enough Sesame Street. You make them watch Miss Rachel and stuff.
But it's all on YouTube. It's already on YouTube.
That's the thing.
YouTube's TV now. That's why we got to be on YouTube, and everyone can see Roger's, hair and robes and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, we're on YouTube, just not our faces, but
not visual. Yeah.
Well, we all look like a quarter of the Mostly Nitpicking logo, usually, right? Like we're all like a Brady Bunch kind of square of the one logo chopped up.
I can guarantee you that looking at these ugly mugs would make the view count just drop like a stone.
The Discord disagrees. They want it. I think this has come up before.
Diggins, I've got a little bit more joy for you, because do you remember when you guys talked about, and this is from Peaceful Crocodile in the Discord, the Willy Wonka AI experience?
Yeah,
that was my second thing.
Me too.
That I was thinking about bringing up.
That's great. That's great.
That was a good time.
Well, how about, I got this one. Do you guys remember I think it was like March, maybe April of 2024? Yeah, it was March. I think it was like soft announced. In April, it was announced that there was going to be a Moana 2 of this year. That's crazy, you know? They announced the movie this year, and then it came out like a couple of months later. That never happens.
Who would have guessed by the results?
This is the opposite of how these usually work, but like it's crazy how recently that was, and how slapdash of like a kind of putting it all. And I mean, for something like that, they put something together that did work. All the animation worked, so I guess it's a success. But like that is just that never happens.
That's a good point.
They could have put it out the day before. Like they could have been like, by the way, Moana movie in theaters tomorrow, and it would have been about as effective. It's crazy.
More studios should do that, actually.
Yeah,
we should find out tomorrow that like there's a new Dune coming out in like a month.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know that movies have necessarily done this. Studio, like other entertainment things, have tried doing like, we're announcing this thing and it's out right now. Go get it. And usually, it's not really worth it.
Right, they usually do that with something that they're like, this fucking Cloverfield movie kind of stinks. So if we put it out, maybe that'll get it some buzz. But yeah, this was something else. My only other one for this was, and this is, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the United Healthcare revenue year over year grew 13% this year. Incredible, Do you guys remember that? when they released their earnings statements, they got 1 million new customers. And they grew annual 13% to $281.4 billion. What a company. Anyway.
That's the most important thing.
It's a lot of money, and that's great. So good for them, It's very cool. But speaking of that, what was 2024 the year of? Diggins, you want to go first?
I don't.
All right, DJ, you want to go first?
I'll go first, yeah.
All right, yeah, go for it.
So this one's a bit abstracted out there, but I'm going to walk you guys through it. Wow. I think 2024 was the year of fans getting what they deserved. I think that there were a lot of sequels and, franchises, perennial pop culture events that happened in 2024, where if you were a fan of something, you really got something you deserved. So let me just run through a few examples. If you were a fan of Dune, you got a great Dune follow-up. You got a good second movie, really, got that first book, like nice and tight into a good 6-hour chunk. And I know that sounds sarcastic, but it was good. It was quality. And if like you're someone like Diggins who loves Dune, it's probably got Dune posters. You're like, wow, this spoke to me, and I really enjoyed it. If you're a fan of the MCU, if you're Nando, and you're out here year after year after year shilling for Marvel, being like, no, guys, it's good. I think you finally got something. You got a Deadpool and Wolverine movie that was like so good. You got Agatha all along. People seem to like that. It's like, look, it's not dead. The MCU's here. We told you, stick it out for us. We're here for you. If you're a fan of like Sonic the Hedgehog and you love Shadow, you got a good movie with Shadow and it feels good. And you got some, not to spoil, but you got some good things on the horizon with Sonic. It feels good. If you're a fan of Joker, you got what you deserved. You got a movie that said you just should not have liked this movie. You were wrong for liking it, and it was a bad thing you did.
Yeah.
Got what you deserved.
What do you get when you take a really bad movie that thinks it's condemning but actually glorifies a mentally unstable person? And like inspires a lot of deeply unwell people to identify with him. You get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And not I don't want to say similarly, but not dissimilarly. If you're a fan of these like crappy Sony Marvel movies, you're like, nah, Morbius, it's good, and these Venom movies are good.
Who are these people, DJ? You find me one.
Yeah,
besides Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yeah.
Like that might be a straw man, but you got what you deserve with these like 3 pieces of crap, and I'm including you, Venom 3. I'm looking at you.
Wow.
If you're a fan of Drake, you got what you deserved. Why did you like Drake's music?
Kendrick Lamar was the winner of 2024.
Well,
Drake was the loser.
He was my biggest failure. Biggest failure, Drake.
Kendrick Lamar was on my like short list, but I want to go with my Chalamet one because I want to go more movie. But if you're a fan of Drake, you like his like crappy music and his creeping, you got what you deserve, man. This guy's a loser, and you're a loser for like his music. And then on the other side, if you're a fan of Kendrick, you're like, I'm a smart and intelligent person who likes good things. And then finally, this is in my heart. If you're one of those just like, nerdy theater kids at heart that you just want a good one. You just want a good one. You got Wicked. And, you got to feel good that in musical movies. Like, look at that one, guys. It's good. We can make a lot of money. We can have good musical movies. So in summary, 2024 was the year that fans got what they deserved.
Wow. All right. I'll go next since Diggins is
Give Diggins more
third.
Time. I gave him a lot of time, so.
Yeah. So I had a couple of options, but and I will throw out my backup one, which this isn't really a thing, but 2024 was the year of protecting a cat. So many movies were about protecting a cat. Argyle, probably Mufasa, Wicked, Quiet Place Day One, Craven, Love Lies Bleeding. I don't know why this was in all the movies, but there were cats and they looked CGI mostly, and we needed to protect them from bad people or racism or whatever. Yeah, I haven't seen Mufasa yet. But I will say my real thing is, and this kind of it doesn't really tie in with that, but some overlap. I think 2024, it should be remembered as this, and it honestly might be, and for multiple reasons, is the year of the wasteland. Both a lot of our movies were set in the wasteland, and also culturally, we live in the wasteland. Or maybe, you can maybe think of it like that. But let's look at the movies first of all. The two big ones, obviously, Dune and Furiosa. Both movies set in a wasteland. And by wasteland, I'm kind of referring to a barren void of sand and stuff like that. Some of them are like more post-apocalypse-y, and like some of them are, the cultures there's there and stuff. But it's more just about like an unsurvivable wilderness. Then you have The Fall Guy, which was a movie about making Dune, so we're keeping that one. I haven't, like I said, haven't seen Mufasa. That's probably what that's about. There usually is some sort of wasteland component to the Lion King movies. Fallout was about the wasteland. Venom went to Area 51 as it was being destroyed. Borderlands, movie about the wasteland. And then Deadpool Wolverine mostly took place in the wasteland, the void. But also culturally, if you look at 2024, man, I don't know. We're in the wasteland, at least for this year, with stuff like Beetlejuice, at least in my opinion. Moana 2. We had some really low energy sequels that made a lot of money. And, a lot of really cool things that didn't make as much money. But, I feel like there were some great movies of this year, obviously, as there are every year. I'm looking for one on the list. Let's say Quiet Place Day One. That's one of the higher ones on this list. Like Wicked, you could say, sure. Then, Inside Out 2, which I didn't love, but, is a solid movie. And Deadpool Wolverine, which I also like. But, so much of the rest of these movies are just, Kung Fu Panda 4... Venom, The Last Dance, the Gladiator movie where Ridley Scott was too lazy to move the cameras and stuff out of the background of the movie. And it just ends with the montage of the first one, apparently. There was just a lot of I would say a lot of wasteland content, if you ask me. And I think it kind of gets into that idea of the AI slop taking over. This is the slop year. But I think the wasteland is made of slop. And I'm hoping next year with certain movies and shows and stuff like that, we will get out of the wasteland. But I think if anything, our 3 spunk movies existing this year was a harbinger of a year of waste. Diggins, what about you? What was this year the year of?
So Nando, actually, you touched on partially what mine is, but I'm gonna say it anyway because it's not entirely the same. I would say that 2024 was the year of doing a bad job.
Have you done this before? I feel like you're 2023.
You did doing a bad one this time.
Yeah, a bad one.
Well, 2023 was the year of doing a good one this time on my prediction.
Oh, yeah.
If that's what you're thinking of. So this is the opposite.
Maybe.
Did I say doing a bad one this time last year?
I don't know. We'd have to go
what
back.
You said last year.
Let's say that I remembered Nando's in reverse. We'll just go with that.
Well, whatever. Listen.
Yeah.
Now it's the year that fucks.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, once you guys see Nosferatu, you're going to be like, maybe it was the year that fucks.
All right.
I believe it.
But no, listen. A lot of people did a bad job this year. Obviously, that includes that a lot of bad movies came out. Remember when Madam Web was at the start of the year and we were like, wow, what an awful movie. And now it's the end of the year. We're like, we're not even sure that's top 10 worst movies of this year.
It's not.
I loved Madam Web. I'd watch it right now.
Yeah, Madam Web might be one of my top 10 best movies of the year now.
Yeah, for sure.
So So obviously, Nando, you touched on a lot of that, a lot of things that came out that were bad. But I think a lot of people were doing a bad job this year. I already mentioned Cybertrucks and that whole debacle. There's some other stuff that happened this year there where maybe some people did a bad job. This whole year has been a real rise of AI being used, ChatGPT and OpenAI and all that, where everyone's objectively doing a bad job. It's a mirage technology that doesn't really work, but they keep pushing it. And it just inspires other people to do bad work by using it. Just, a lot of people just doing a bad job.
Yeah, not us.
And
no, let's be fair. We're doing a great job. Yeah, we're crushing it.
So too.
We're doing a great job at being bad.
That's right. Fair. We don't do a bad job at being bad.
Yeah.
Can I throw my 2024?
Well, I want to add to Diggins's real quick because I agree with the AI and the bad movies this year. How many movies this year did we review where part of the review at one point one of us said, like, listen, I know you're not supposed to say this, but it kind of feels like this movie was written by an AI machine or something. Like they kept making AI movies where it was like Argyle and stuff and they just stink. And so, yeah, I think there's something to it.
I agree. Good job by you, Diggins. You did a good job.
What about you, Roger? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say, because we kind of touched on a couple of things, but I think 2024 was the year of the hater, right? We just talked about the Joker movie and how it was just like this big hate of itself. We had the Brady roast at the beginning of the year. That was kind of a big deal on Netflix.
Yeah.
Apparently, Tony Hinchcliffe was in that. How'd he do?
Not great.
Yeah.
Then Whitney Cummings apparently roasted CNN on like the New Year's Eve ending. So like another little hate. And then we had Jenny Nicholson's Disney Star Wars Hotel breakdown. Yeah. That was like a big video. Yeah. But we had a whole political campaign built on hate and haters. So that is not even touching what I think the biggest hater, which is just the Kendrick versus Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, Kendrick had, as we just mentioned, was potentially the winner. Drake was an all-time loser this year. I think more so than any other year, we just saw a dismantling, a passion of hate, especially from Kendrick in that Drake beef of a level that you just, anybody, even somebody not even following the rap game, just had to take a moment, get sucked in and just appreciate the craft, the level of hate, it was chef's kiss. Amazing. So that's why I think 2024 was the year of the hater.
Now, there's nothing I understand and respect more than being a hater. And I have to say, Kendrick's job this year is some of the finest hating I've ever seen in my life. Just absolutely unbelievable. Just world class, like you said. I can't imagine how he could have done better. He got everyone dancing in the club in the summer to a song about how Drake is a pedophile.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable.
And Drake's response is not to put out anything good, but to sue him first about that he inflated his numbers. And then somebody was like, hey, dude, you should probably do that whole like, oh, it's not true also. And he was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me do that as well.
And even before that, he was like, I sent you that like lie on purpose. I tricked you into releasing the song about how I'm a pedophile. Like I think that was like what he did the next day.
Yeah.
And he was like, so good.
I had my boys infiltrate your group so they could tell you that I'm a pedophile.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how does that help you?
It's not good. It's not
just
good.
Awesome.
Drake like, I played the long game and made everyone think I was a pedophile, and you fell for it, Kendrick. You fool.
You idiots.
Yeah. I mean, to quote DJ quoting Diggins, we are talking about him. So maybe Drake did win in the long run, Oh, man.
Speaking of hate, we've talked about it. You guys covered a bunch of garbage movies in 2024.
That we did.
We really did.
With perfect hindsight. As I mentioned in the quick recap, you started off with Night Swim and you guys were like, man, what a bad movie. And like breath of fresh air looking back, in January of the following year.
I miss
what are your top 3 worst movies, least enjoyable, like not like from a production that you just hated watching that you guys covered for the pod? I know Megalopolis, The Crow, some of those were up there, but can we get a top 3 list from each of you?
I loved watching Megalopolis personally.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm saying absolute hate watch. Like you just had a miserable time watching those 3 movies.
I hate Megalopolis on a spiritual level, but as a movie, I don't think I hate it as much. This is tough.
So easily one of mine is Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Yeah.
I fucking hated watching every second of that. And that might just be because I'm like, I like the source material. But that one hurt me deeply. And honestly, to go up with that, Borderlands, man.
Yeah.
Because
Borderlands was tough.
I really liked the first 2 games of that series. So those 2 are absolute hate watches, and I'll get you a third. But those 2 just stick out. It's like, fucking hated.
I mean, I do think my number 1 might be The Crow.
Mine
I hated
too.
watching The Crow.
That was an awful movie and just a terrible experience. Ugly.
You guys
it was no fun.
had a bad time.
I think I agree with DJ. I think Borderlands might be my number 2 if Crow is number 1, though, because Borderlands was just mind-numbing. It was so upsetting.
It was impressive that Claptrap, you guys all agreed, was more annoying and jarring than Jar Jar Binks was, which is usually like the benchmark for bad side character. And, Jack Black, grand opening with Kung Fu Panda, terrible sequel, following it up with and we'll see. Trajectory-wise, he's got Minecraft coming up next. It's not looking great.
Yeah, if you asked me like a year ago, I'd be like, oh yeah, Jack Black's he's crack after, the Jumanji movies that the kids love and the Super Mario that kids love. Like that Minecraft movie is going to make $1 billion. And then look what happened. His credibility is destroyed.
Nando, you literally said on the Kung Fu Panda that Jack Black is printing gold essentially.
Yeah.
So yes, you did. You said
and I think I'm still right. Because part of me is like, maybe Borderlands shouldn't count because they made it 5 years ago or something like that. And it just now got released, but it's and I also I think he got lucky because he didn't have to be in it. He didn't have to look like, you didn't have to turn on the movie and see his stupid face like with everybody else. So he's not going to go down with that ship the same as the others. Him. Yeah.
Like I could imagine the 5 or so people who saw that movie going out of it not knowing Jack Black was in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
DJ,
I want to
Diggins. Yeah,
I want to nominate the Rebel Moons. Number 2. I hated watching them.
I got a teeny nugget of joy in hindsight, being like, look at all this fucking grain. I
loved talking about those movies. I had a lot of fun with those podcasts. I hated watching them.
The watching is terrible. So my number 3, because I'm just looking at the list here, I fucking hated Ghostbusters. It's just so frustrating. Just like I hated those worse than Megalopolis and Rebel Moon. Like I fucking hated Ghostbusters. So yeah.
And to be fair, you're talking about the 2016 one with all the women because you just keep hating it. Every year it just comes back again.
No, that came out. That came out this year. Or in 2024. That came out in 2024. Crazy. We did a pod.
Yeah, and you're they have Ghostbusters who are women. This is the worst thing that's ever happened.
No. They shouldn't do that. How could you hate a movie the podcast was in, DJ?
No, I should have more love for podcast.
He might be in a certain movie coming out soon. He may have a cameo in a movie. Yeah, I think we might be getting a little, not the character podcast, but the actor podcast. And I think if he shows up, I'm gonna go. It's podcast. Regardless of that's
it's podcast time, baby.
It's podcast, baby. I'm gonna say for me, I'm torn between Red One, which I do find genuinely in a lot of places just ugly. It's just an ugly little movie. But it's kind of funny because it's so weird. And then Argyle, because it's also quite ugly and it's just so annoying. And it's such a disappointment. Because as time's gone on, there's parts of that movie that work, but it's just it just doesn't, and it thinks it's so cool. And there's nothing less cool than watching a movie that thinks it's so cool that stinks. And
what about Craven that thinks it's so cool?
Yeah, Craven also thinks it's
I
so
can't
cool.
hate a spunk movie. All three of them this year, I think I'm going to look back on fondly. I also can't hate a movie with Russell Crowe in it. Like, he immediately makes it more watchable than anything else on this, like any of the bad movies on this list. Honestly, the only thing that was giving those guys a run for their money was Beetlejuice, just because that one was also kind of like so cool. It thinks it's cool, and it's really actually just kind of boring. But I don't know. I don't think I had that strong of a feeling about it.
For me, I think my third is not the worst movie. There were a lot of movies we watched that were worse than this one, but I don't know that there was any movie we watched that annoyed me more than this one. Number 3, I'm going to put If.
Yeah, If
that's
it's tough.
one.
I'm surprised nobody picked Entourage, especially Diggins, who just was.
I was going with 2024 releases.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
I was looking at releases, and also I love Hunter.
Fair enough.
Keep its name out of your mouth. Whatever they said in that Academy Awards thing, and then Deadpool said it.
Well, as a kind of defense mechanism, my brain wiped all memory of the Entourage movie,
and you're smarter for it.
So, like, it can't be a bad experience because it wasn't an experience to me anymore.
Right.
All right.
Much like how one of the guys in Entourage accidentally drugged himself and he forgot that sexy night he had with some sexy girl. Remember that? That's in the beginning of that movie. I think it was E. Anyway, not the drug, the person.
We got DJ with Harold and the Purple Crayon, Borderlands, and then Ghostbusters, Diggins with The Crow, The Rebel Moons, and then If, and then Nando with Crow, Borderlands, and either Red One or Argyle.
Yeah, I'll put Argyle just because it's more disappointing to me. And I do think the memes about Red One make it fun, whereas Argyle has completely disappeared. Like that is a lot of people's. You remember this came out this year, like kind of, but hey, maybe they'll make a sequel to the Kingsman movie starring all the Argyle guys, and we'll be eating our words.
And Henry Cavill.
And Henry Cavill. Yep, the whole crew. Everyone will be back.
Now, before we go to 2025, can I do a little podcast recap of all
the
various quotes? And so, as always, we have the Nando could beat section. This year, Nando said he could beat Madam Web and the Watchers, as well as the monster from Imaginary. And for the first time ever, Diggins said he could beat the imaginary monster as well.
Yeah. I think
we got to go back more to the could X beat it. We missed some good ones, right? We all know that Nando couldn't beat Craven, but I feel like there was like some missed opportunities here. Like we didn't ask Nando if he could beat, I don't know, Time Stopper guy from Megalopolis.
Krampus Schmock or whatever. Yeah.
You beat Krampus, right? We got to get back to the could Nando beat. So that'll be our 2025 resolutions. We'll get back to that.
What about the snake from Hard Ticket to Hawaii?
I was gonna say, I think I could find Trap. I think if I was one of the people in there, I'd catch him. He's making it easy for me. But yeah, that's the only one of those I got.
Could you defeat the cancer-infested snake from Hard Ticket to Hawaii?
That's a good question.
How do they defeat it? By just nailing it with a machine gun or a missile?
Yeah,
they
probably
shoot
not.
it with a rocket launcher in the head.
I don't think I could do that, which is a shame because it looks pretty cool. But, that's why our boys are special.
Yeah. And the one thing you said you couldn't beat was the night swim thing. Even though you wouldn't go in the pool, you didn't know really how to, stop it.
Yeah, the movie forgot how to stop it too. Like there was never any conclusion on what to do about a night swim. It was just be done. So yeah, I couldn't beat that.
And then I wanted to flag two of the IMDb summaries that just kind of stood out for being interesting.
Lovely.
One was Inside Out 2, which started with follows Riley in her teenage years, encountering new emotions. Very odd start.
Yeah.
But they chose it for the number one grossing movie this year. That was the IMDb summary.
God damn
movie.
The other one that stood out, and does anybody remember it? But it was the Bad Boys one. That one was world's favorite Bad Boys are back with an iconic mix of edge of your seat action and outrageous comedy. But this time with a twist. Miami's finest are now on the run. Wild summary.
I do remember that. Yeah.
And then I put a poll up in the... That movie was interesting this year, Look at that. It
Didn't
saved
hate
the
it, though.
movies.
Didn't hate that.
Saved the
Yeah.
movies.
Me neither.
Who was it that wanted Will Smith to go down on her?
Who doesn't? I mean,
Yeah,
first.
among like who? Wow.
I mean, in
What
the
a
movie,
sentence.
there was someone who's like, "I will help you, bad boys, if Will Smith goes down on me."
Tiffany Haddish's character.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. She was like
forgot
the
about that.
gun runner or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was running something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Movies.
And then
What about them? You know, what a crazy bunch
Yeah.
of things.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Those bad boys, they keep getting older and just equally as bad and not boys anymore. Bad men. But that
Yeah,
just
bad
doesn't-
Yeah, bad men. They should
They
start
are
calling
bad
it
men,
that.
though.
Yeah.
Hey, the ghost of Joey Pants does call them his bad boys.
He does call them his bad boys. That's true.
Bad boys.
I love him.
From the grave. Anyway, some of the favorite podcast episodes from the Discord were Madam Web, Megalopolis, and then Nightstone and Rebel Moon were tied for the third spot. And then one nitpicker really liked DJ's rant between when he tried to gaslight us and thinking Riley and Riley were the same.
my
Rayleigh
God.
and Riley.
They're the same. They're the same.
Yeah.
Raleigh.
Riley.
Riley.
And Riley. Yeah. He kept saying, he kept trying to make it so that it was Riley. Riley. Yeah. Amazing.
No, Roger's
What
got
movie
it.
was
It's
that
Riley
even
and Riley.
about? What were we talking about?
Pacific
I got
Rim
the
name
character
game.
name wrong in Pacific
Oh,
Rim.
right. Yeah.
Because that actor was that it. We had to, and I was
Charlie
like,
Hunnam, yeah.
and I'm like,
Mhm.
he was Riley in Pacific Rim, and it's like, no, he was Riley. I'm like, okay, whatever.
He was Raleigh, like
Sure.
the city.
Sure, he was.
Yeah.
We're just doing
Well,
these.
Riley.
this is
We're
for
just
that
saying Riley
listener.
again.
Yeah.
Why is this a year of that? Because wasn't this was also the year of like what was the character in that Frank or Francis? Like we really cared about what everybody's
Frank or
names were
Francis.
this year.
Oh, yeah.
This is what happens when you
That
unleash
thing you guys
Nando,
are still
yeah.
wrong about. He says my name is Francis.
Nope. It's not.
Look, there's one name we can all agree on, and it's RB Wright's favorite moment, which is the man in the hat from the Theodore Rex pod. Remember him? He was fun.
Oh
A fun
yeah,
guy.
that guy was
yeah.
cool.
The man in the bag.
He was in
Man
the
in the bag.
yeah.
Sorry,
Man in the
man in the
bag,
bag.
yeah,
Man in the bag. Yeah, he was wearing a hat, I believe, which was fun.
Mhm.
I love
That was a good moment.
The man in the bag wearing, he was great. And then you guys didn't do not a lot of guest spots, but you really leaned into it, and it was Quinn's favorite in the Craven pod, where you did all of the voice acting, including Nando nailing his Mulaney tight
That's
five.
right. What a good
was very
Mulaney we
good.
did.
Yeah.
that's good.
He's having a year.
And then some quotes that highlighted the year. So last year we had 2023, Diggins was summarizing Fast X and said, "We're jumping around so much, but there's so much about this movie that sucks ass." And he had another glorious moment. He was recapping the movie. He was giving the summary, or somebody was giving the summary, and he just out of nowhere goes, "I can't fucking even." And then just dead silence filled it. And unsurprisingly, that was on the Entourage podcast, a miserable time for everybody as we went back to the dark times. One of my favorite quotes was on the Planet of the Apes podcast when Nando says, "We really have an opinion about Mark Wahlberg."
Yeah. we did.
That was a great quote. That was a great quote.
Everyone should. He's a specific guy, you know? Everyone should have an opinion about him. Could be bad, could be good. That's up to you.
But we have one. We
do.
have one.
Yeah,
It is
we
a
have
very distinct
largely
opinion.
negative, but yeah.
But hey,
Max,
we're talking
We're
about him.
talking about him.
We were talking
about
about him. Yep.
and then Max Level had another great quote from the Cirque du Freak pod where Nando said, "You know, the name Aragon is somewhat memorable, and why?
Right.
It's
yeah.
dragging backwards to DJ."
It is. Isn't that crazy?
No, it's not. And Dan was like, "Oh yeah, you're right."
It is. Yeah. We gotta do that one of these days.
Beautiful.
We should do. We should
Aragon is like Dracula. He wants to trick you, but so he does his name backwards, and everybody's like, "Wait a second, that nice man, Nokorgag or whatever. I was dragging this whole time." Oh, Dracula.
And then Man's favorite quote from the Joker Folie à Deux was from Nando as well, when he said, I know there's got to be laws against witness intimidation, right? Like you can't just write in lipstick on your forehead, like, I'm going to kill you and stare at the witness, right? And you know what?
Yeah.
You can't. It's not allowed.
You can't.
And then
That's
Inside
a shame.
Out 2 brought us a YouTube clip that Jaron Batista put together, and it was Jennifer's favorite moment, about
great.
Diggins giving DJ the very frank talk that's saying, DJ, if you can't frankly talk to your son about cum, then you're failing as a father.
It
still haunts me. It still haunts me.
DJ, you know, in another 12 to 13 years, probably, you're going to have to give your son the talk.
I guess so. I guess so.
And then after we're done, show him the video of the podcast so he can see what the stakes of it were. Like, wow. Everybody cared.
Have you started like figuring out what you're going to do to make sure that Jackson never knows this podcast exists?
I have not even begun to thought, but you're right. I need to, but I have not thought of that.
Change your name
from the internet since it's 20 or something. I don't know.
And then Jack Eliza's favorite quote from the Red One podcast was by Diggins when he was saying, "Here's your car that like shoots oil out of its asshole or something." Very memorable moments from Red One.
It's pretty good.
I mean, James Bond has had cars that shoot oil out of their asshole.
If you think that's the car's butt, yeah, they do. Yeah.
What is
they
a
call
tailpipe?
it the tailpipe.
Car's butt.
Mm-hmm.
And then by Zuko loved on Rebel Moon, the wheel slice by, I believe it was Diggins wheel slice. Top of the morning. My name is San Holo. From Charlie Hunnam's character. And is very Irish. Definitely copied 1-to-1 as most of that movie was from Star Wars.
Man, do we have to bring the wheel back? It really seems like we're doing a disservice.
Well, we said so many mean things to it. Just now.
I don't know.
Just but we say mean things to each other constantly.
That's true.
That's true. We do.
And then, of course, the That's So chair bit that Nando had from the Trap Pod, Demon Queen Heather's favorite, as well as one of my personal favorites, Very Chair.
That was good.
It was good. So crispy.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What was the other 90s slang that was not good you guys were debating about? It was like it meant shit, right? Shiz or something?
Shiz.
Shiz.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Which I feel like was very vindicated by something this year, and I don't remember what it was. Do either of you guys?
Oh, I do not.
There was like a movie or a show or something where the word shiz was like up in the main. You know what I mean? Nobody remembers this?
No.
Oh! It was the Saturday Night Live joke swap. Where at the end of every joke, Colin Jost says "shiz." To stand in for shit,
right.
Because that was such a So I felt great about that.
Wow, that's it's pretty good. All right,
yeah,
you're right.
Speaking of returning to previous conversations, I already told the boys this, but just to put it on the record, we were talking about a thing where someone uses VR to show the life they could have had with their dying partner.
Yes.
I am deeply, deeply sad to report to you that is an episode of Family Guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, what one was it? It was like old Family Guy too, right? Like very old?
Yeah, it was a pretty early episode. It's like Brian does community service with an old lady.
Yeah.
And like they fall in love, but then she gets hit by a car.
Oh, my God.
Oh my
That's
God, you're
deeply
right.
depressing.
I remember that super well.
God.
And then we have another great moment from the Entourage pod that Youngest Chungus pointed out, which was when DJ, in recapping the movie, realized that while he was gleefully happy that Entourage was picked before they watched the movie, he felt that he was caught in the crossfires because the movie was so bad and so miserable that he had such a bad time with it.
Yeah. That one hurt.
You know what you get when you goad the listeners to force us to watch Entourage, DJ?
I know.
You get what you fucking deserve.
I got what I deserved. That's true. I did get what I deserved. Yeah.
And my favorite answer from the survey was Joju997, who, for the winner, put, and I'm quoting this directly, Diggins for the shit he pulled. And you know what? He's right. You nailed it this year, Diggins.
I don't even know what shit I pulled.
but it was amazing.
Oh,
on to
okay.
2025.
All the times I talked about cum, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Roger was just spitting out whatever he was drinking there.
Mm-hmm.
I said that in the middle of Roger taking a sip. Got him.
Oh, you got me with a spit take. 2 points for the court next year during oral arguments.
Very good.
It is an oral argument that I need to spit.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, that's true. Very good.
But you know what they say, Roger? Spitters are quitters.
God.
You know what, DJ? You just take Jackson over to Uncle Diggins, and he'll give the choice.
Yeah.
It should be the shit I put up with. The shit Diggins does and the shit I put up with should be really, because this is the shit I put up with.
Yeah.
So. You love it.
You're all right, man. You're all right. You're all right by me.
All right. Well.
All right.
Next year, though, that's another year. The one we're in now.
All right. So this is
Yeah,
it.
we're in 2025 as we speak.
This is where the boys become men, right?
That's right.
Are they doing like a sequel series?
The Bad Men. Exactly. Yeah. How old do you think they'd have to be? Like 100? Yeah, like they're so old already. Martin Lawrence's face is so fat. You know, how much fatter can it get? I only think about that because that's like the first shot of the trailer. So I'm looking at the hot dogs, like, and you're like, wow.
He looks like a Muppet, yeah.
Yeah. So that was 2024, you guys. But 2025 is a different year, you know? And we got to talk about that.
We do.
We got to do our predictions. We have 5 predictions we do every year. As you've heard, we talked about the results of them recently. But we got to give new predictions for 2025. A year that, you know, this week, a lot of stuff could happen. It could be anything. You know, get a lot of big movies, the TV shows coming out, and the world is in a weird place. So these are going to be interesting predictions. What we usually do is we go through them one by one, and then, you know, we'll keep track of them over the course of the year. And let's start.
Well, let's be honest. A person.
Well, yeah, someone will, and
keeps track.
They will be judged as time goes on, I guess. But these are, and we do give some sort of, you know, scales to some of them, so you will understand whether they are, you know, likely or not likely. So we'll just start with this. What will 2025 be the year that blank finally dies? DJ, do you want to start this one?
It's great. Because we were just talking about this in our breaks that you guys don't know happened because the cuts are so seamless. But guys, I don't know if you know this, but we're getting a Jurassic World movie in 2025. If you can believe it.
Right.
And I'm willing to go out there on this limb. I think 2025 will finally be the year that the Jurassic World movies die. Now, does this mean down the road we could get a Jurassic Park, you know, movie, like a reboot or something, or some Jurassic universe where, you know, we're fighting dinosaurs on Mars? Possibly, but I think these will be dead. And now, I know what you're saying. This will be incredibly hard to prove. This is almost like Diggins' AAA games will die in 2025. But I'm willing to put some.
You think it'll be that right?
I'll put a finer point on it. I think that the movie's gonna bomb. I don't think it'll be a top 20 box office movie, and I think it'll have a terrible Rotten Tomatoes score. I'll say like sub 40%. And I think all the tea leaves from the Scuttlebutt executives will be like, "Nah, we're not doing these anymore. We're done with this franchise." Yeah.
But that was a review or box office?
So yeah, I'm going. Box office, not top 20.
Not
box
top
office
20.
No.
Even though Jurassic World in 2015, I think, was the highest grossing movie of that year.
I don't care. You guys can't movie. I'm intractable. So
insane. But I mean, you know,
and I'm not calling it my big bomb. I want this to be an overarching, like, the failure is so great that it's like the franchise dies. I have another bomb on the shelf.
Are there any? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No.
Jurassic Park games coming out? They make games of them.
That's what I'm saying. I think this thing is hanging on life support, and I think they're gonna finally pull the cord. A thing I thought about the Sony movies too, but you know, I'll stand by that one. I have to relitigate. But yeah, I think they just gotta be like, all right, clock it. It's done. This is no more of this.
So just some numbers. The last one, which was Jurassic World Dominion, came out in 2022.
Yeah.
Budget of $265, box office of $1 billion. Now, its Rotten Tomatoes was 29%. So it was the number 3 grossing movie that year, only because, as we all remember, Avatar 2 and Top Gun Maverick were the number 1 and 2 movies in 2022.
I'm willing to go out there that people are sick of these movies. Also, Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard aren't in them, so I don't think they're even going to be recognizable to the same movies. So yeah,
no, nobody will be able to see it, look on the screen, and go, "What is this? Chris Pratt standing behind that dinosaur? What is this? Is this one of those Pokemon movies? What could this possibly be?"
Listen, you guys can make fun of me, but I'm here. I'm here to prove that I am right.
And, I can't wait.
Can't deter me. So make fun of me all you want, but I know what I'm doing here. I know what I am doing.
Love it.
So,
how many of these have you won, DJ?
Listen. This is my year, and I thought about this. So I'm like, fuck. How do I make better predictions? And I gotta go with what is here. I gotta go with what's here. And are these predictions bad? Yeah, I'm gonna do horribly with my predictions here. I don't like a single one. I don't like this year. I'm not vibing with 2025, but I just gotta go out with what I feel. So here we go. Starting strong. Make fun of me all you want. We'll see. We'll see in a year. We'll see. We'll see who's laughing.
Wow. Very brave.
Who goes next?
Diggins, do you have one?
Of course I do, Nando. What kind of fool would I be to come into this podcast without having picked some of these, and in the 5 hours or whatever we've been recording, not picking?
Yeah.
What sort of rube do you take me for?
None.
Well,
you're no sort of rube indeed. Yeah. So give us your answer to the thing.
Well, as I often do in this situation, I'll fall back on the thing that I hate, and say that this is 2025 will be the year that AI slop finally dies.
Oh my God! This is
wow.
He just picks the thing that it's like.
But it's the most popular thing. It's on every phone, every app. I can't get rid of it. Every time I open my Google search, it gives me the question of like, do you want to try with AI instead? So how could that fail?
Diggins, are you making fun of my best friend Copilot right now?
Mm-hmm.
We go everywhere together.
Copilot.
Oh boy. Listen. Will AI still exist as a thing in 2026? Almost certainly.
Much like video games.
2025.
Well, no, I'm saying like, is it going to survive the year?
Gotcha.
Yes, almost certain. But I think the current ubiquity, the desperate attempts to shove it into everything, I think that's what's going to crash and burn, because we're already getting to the point where like OpenAI is going to their investors and being like, we need more money than any company has ever been given so we can keep training our model. And also, there's literally not enough writing in the world to make the model better right now. So, and then they don't finish the sentence. It's like, what? Hold on. So, like, I think we've already hit the point of limitations where it's like they're not going to get significantly better. And, like, as people get kind of tired of them, it's going to end up being a fad, essentially, where everyone tried, it didn't work, and we all moved on, and they stopped like shoving it to the top of every search result or whatever.
Now, is there a canary in the coal mine or like a specific thing?
I was going to say, I will place down my marker. Google will stop having the automatic AI search results by 2026.
Ooh, really? That's a pretty bold one, sir.
Yeah,
but where would DJ get his gifts for his wife?
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, remember that was ChatGPT, so
yeah, that's different.
That's true.
That was the good one. Obviously.
Now, is this a lot of wishful thinking on my part? Perhaps, but the thing I said about OpenAI is true. So, I have to imagine even venture capitalists, who are the dumbest, most credulous people on planet Earth, will eventually have to balk at giving them more money than even exists.
Wow.
Well, that's optimistic, I would say, by you, Diggins.
We'll see. All right. Well, I've got one that's not as brave. Well, I don't know. It says, it's not as brave as the technology and stuff. But I think it's brave considering how ubiquitous this thing kind of is in its little zone. Because I think 2025 will be the year that the Lachey dating experiment finally dies.
No!
Yeah, I
No!
think it's got to go under. They've failed so hard after Ultimatum that I think there will be, even though we still watch it, I just don't think they could continue it. I think they've reached a limit where she's become so upset by it that she was almost crying at the little reveal show, it seemed like, because they all hate each other. And I don't know. I mean, Nick feels like his heart is like half in it the whole time. He likes being there, watching the guys put on their tuxedos. But I feel like Vanessa's the one who's really doing the hard work in the experiment. And I don't know. I don't think her heart's in it.
So this is bold by Nando doing the reality show one. So could I challenge you to put down some markers? So I think the only thing
that's tough.
So we have season 5. No. It'll be season 8, I think. Yeah, I think it's season 8 of Love is Blind is Valentine's Day 2025. Nothing else has been announced. Do you think that will be the last one? Because they could surely squeeze in Love is Blind season 9 like by the end of, or announce it right for like early 26.
I think that's true. They'll do a season 9, and I think it'll probably be up by the end of the year. But I guess what I think is that the numbers for watch time that Netflix releases won't be as good as they are this year.
Interesting. This is tricky.
Because I don't think it can
the numbers
possibly
they make up.
Well, yeah, but the numbers they make up, so they'll be telling us like, oh, it's not as good anymore.
Yeah.
If that's true, that means it's really, crash and burn.
There's a way to do this, right? Where it's if Netflix announces Love is Blind seasons like 9 through 12, it's like Nando was definitely wrong. If they don't announce any, he's probably right. If there's like no more ultimatum, like I feel like we could generally gauge. It's also relative to what Diggins and I said, right? If Elon Musk funds 12 more AI companies and Google has 2 AI options now, and there's 18 more Jurassic Worlds, then Nando probably just wins by default. So I think we're all in like a relative zone here.
Yeah, wins by default sounds good because we'll get to it. But I think those other 2 things are going to be doing just fine.
A technical victory is the sweetest victory of all.
Absolutely. Speaking of sweet victories, Diggins, what will be the big hit of 2020? Oh, wait. Or Roger, do you want to give us your big finally dies of 2025?
Ooh, I get to do a prediction?
Yeah,
I'm
why
usually
not?
just sitting up here doing court stuff.
I
didn't plan for this. What do I think is going to die in 2025?
We could put you on the crucifix and be like, or you could win.
You could win.
What if I do come back? So I don't know if I have one for what dies in 2025.
This is the hardest one, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
It always is. That's why we do it first.
It's
all downhill from here.
I can pick a person. I don't want to put on an FBI list.
He's probably pretty old.
You could pick a person.
I thought about it.
I did too.
You were saying wishful thinking. Okay, we're all saying the same thing.
You could pick a fictional character. What?
DJ, one year didn't you say that like a person that was currently about to die was going to finally die?
So I think I did.
Was it like a serial killer or something? Or
I can't remember.
Oh, it was somebody really weird, and you were like, "Guys, I think it's time." And it was up. This might be like the first prediction episode.
Yeah,
too.
when I took it way too literally, like, wait, we're supposed to.
I mean, but maybe that's it.
Dies.
Yeah,
guys, I think Jimmy Carter's gonna finally die.
Yeah, exactly. It was like that. It was that, but a bad person. Charles Manson. It was Charles Manson.
Yes,
was TJ's prediction for Charles Manson, who had entered the hospital with a rare whatever and was about to die the day before, or something like that. And TJ was like, I don't have a good feeling about this Charles Manson guy.
And they finally over.
Guys, what? I know you think it's going to be the year of Manson, but
I've been doing some research. This Charles Manson guy, not a great guy.
Not a great guy, not a healthy man.
I think his time's finally come.
Yep. So, you could pick Charles Manson if you want, or someone, whoever the current Charles Manson is. I don't know.
The ghost of Charles Manson.
Let's see. What we've got movie-wise. You know what? We've got, I'm going to say that I don't really have anything. Gosh, I didn't.
All right.
I didn't
That's
come
okay.
Up with
Yeah.
That's
We'll
okay.
say you don't have to come up with one.
If you want to take an alternate, one of my alternates was going to be, and there's a lot of these, a streaming service that seems to be on its last legs. One of those two big, like,
no.
You know,
I picked Peacock one year, and it was the best year Peacock had. Don't pick a streaming service.
I was going to say, what about the other one? What's Paramount Plus up to this year? Are they still popping?
You can't bank on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so Fox have it? I think Fox has it. I don't know. But anyway, you can't bank on a streaming service dying.
That's fine. You take your time. Come up with a good hit of 2025 while Diggins says what he thinks the big hit of 2025 will be. What do you think the big hit of 2025 will be, Diggins?
Well, Nando, I would have had a perfect lead-in about 2 minutes ago when DJ said that we could put Roger on the crucifix because I think Passion of the Christ 2 is going to be the big hit of 2025.
Ooh.
They're making it?
Hell yeah.
Allegedly, yeah.
Who's in it?
The weird guy who played Jesus in the first one, probably.
Jim Caviezel.
Jim Chemtrails? Or not Chemtrails. What's his thing? What's that stuff? Adrenochrome Caviezel?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still kicking? Oh, yeah. What's he going to do? Is he going to come back? Is this going to be like the return of Jesus?
It's Passion of the Christ Resurrection. It's when he comes back.
Yeah. He does come back, Nando. I don't want to spoil that for you, but Jesus.
Well, I mean, he comes back and then maybe he comes back again, you know, in America in the year 1863 or whenever the Mormon stuff happens. So,
sure.
You know, it could be that one too.
Not to be confused, of course, with Dexter Resurrection, another thing that's coming out this year.
Oh.
You do not think that will be the big hit of 2025?
You know, I have my doubts.
I think it's already out and I think it's supposed to be okay. But, you know, they love the Dexters. He killed people. Jesus and Dexter would not get along.
No.
You know? Even though Dexter seems like a moral guy because he kills serial killers, Jesus wouldn't accept it.
I agree.
All right. So that's your prediction, Diggins?
Because Passion of the Christ was for a long time the most successful R-rated movie ever.
Yeah.
It got a huge bump from like mega churches and other weirdos. And I don't think those people have gone anywhere in the years since.
That's possible. Did you know that according to this, it's saying it's going to be a 2-part movie? It is listed on IMDb currently as Passion of the Christ Resurrection and Passion of the Christ Resurrection Chapter 2. Now, Chapter 2 may not come out in 2025, but the first chapter is expected to come out in 2025. So, you know how the Bible's divided up into little chapters, right? You know?
I mean, it is actually.
Little chapters. Chapter 1. Bible. Exodus.
They're books. Diggins,
chapters.
They're books.
Yeah. And that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I just think all the religious weirdos are going to go watch it, and if anything, we have more of them now.
Hey, listen,
that's true.
us non-religious weirdos will go see it too. You know, just kind of curious to see what's going on. Maybe a good refresher about what's going on.
DJ loves a Gibson flick. If anyone is on the horizon, he's like, "Where's Mel in this one?"
That Mark Wahlberg terrorist movie and this are going to be my top movies of 2025.
Yeah.
I don't know why we didn't do Fat Man, if I'm being honest.
We forgot. I forgot it was a real thing because they made that Violent Night movie and that one was kind of good. So not great for Santa Claus movies. But DJ, what about you? What do you think will be the big hit of 2025?
I feel like there's only one answer. And Nando, I don't know if it's your answer, but if it is, I'm stealing it. I just feel like the answer is Superman. And this is the most worst, like boring, like I get negative style points for picking this, but I think it's going to well, I don't know. See, it's weird. I think the expectations are already in an unreasonable place, but people love Superman. There are people very thirsty for the DCEU to be good. There's the gun fans. I feel like there's just a lot of culmination of things like that will the Superman movies excellence into existence. So I think it's going to make a fuck ton of money and be incredibly critically acclaimed. Like, it will be the #1 box office movie. It'll be the Deadpool Wolverine of this year. Is the Superman movie?
Deadpool Wolverine is still not the #1 box office movie of this year, DJ. You've said that so many times on the show.
What was
Inside
it?
Out 2. It is
Inside
Out 2 currently.
Inside Out 2.
Fine.
Yeah.
It will be the Inside Out 2.
Impossible.
It'll be the Inside Out 2 or whatever. And I just think it's gonna make a fuck ton of money and everyone's gonna love it. And I hate that I'm picking this, but I don't have a better answer. I was looking at the only thing I thought as like my side piece that, you know, if Nando went before me,
everybody's eyebrows went up for that one. Yeah,
Michelle.
if Nando went before me and picked Superman like I expect him to do, I'd like the Avatar movie, like maybe, but I don't think so.
No.
I think that's like wishful thinking or something. So I'm just gonna pick Superman and be a boring basic bitch. And
pretty
what more
boring.
can I do?
Pretty basic. I actually wasn't gonna pick Superman.
Okay.
Kind of because I'm a little worried that it won't make $1 billion. Because when we were hanging out with a friend of ours, we were like, "Did you see the trailer?" And he was like, "No, I don't really watch those DC movies." So that made me go like, maybe there's not. I do think people will see it, but I'm a little like, I'm curious if this has a built-in audience.
Okay, different theory of the case. Okay.
Yeah, but no, I still think it'll do well. But no, I think the big hit of 2025 will be much like Moana, Zootopia 2. I think it's coming out in 2025. I think that's gonna make stupid money, because of A, children, but B, the freaks. The freaks need something, and they're gonna come out for it big time. And what if she gets pregnant in the movie for real?
No,
you know,
stop.
Why not? Well, no, I mean, like,
think
just the plot point. She's an adult. That could be it. She has babies. You know, I'm not saying like, what if we watch? I'm just saying like, what if that is something that happens in the movie? They'll lose their minds, the freaks. And
Do we
great.
think that Zootopia 2 will precipitate another Judy Hopps abortion comic?
I think they might. Well, I mean, we'll see.
I
But
hate that this is like your thing, Diggins. Like you bring this up way too often.
I think when we talked about it, we found out that it's not my thing; it's someone else's.
yeah, different person's thing. So let's
Sorry, I
it's
don't mean to
all-
crucifix you, Diggins.
yeah, save your crucifixes for the
Yeah, for
James
Movies.
Caviezel.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I thought we were gonna say for Zootopia. That could be the other thing. Maybe which one of them is Jesus? The fox that does crimes? Probably not. I don't know. I forgot what.
Well, maybe
was in that movie, The
instead
Little
of Judy
Sloth?
Hopps abortion comic, it'll be Judy Hopps Immaculate Conception comic.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't know. I think that Judy Hopps and the Zootopias are very popular, and I think Disney has a couple things coming out next year that could make $1 billion, like your Fantastic Force and whatnot. But there's something about Zootopia that just, I don't know. It's got the same vibe to me as Moana 2, and you know what? It's even better than Moana 2 because I like Zootopia, and like I think there's like unlike Moana 2 where it just seemed like they're just putting a sequel out so they can make the money. This one, maybe they'll do something interesting. Also, I love a good race metaphor that kind of sucks. You know, like I love one of those, and I'm very excited for more.
Time?
Yeah, we'll show up that will be the new something, and then it's gonna be a mess. But yeah,
Hey, maybe those people, those racists, had some good points.
maybe the predator prey thing will actually be reinstated or something. Zootopia will walk backwards into history. I don't know, but yeah, I think that's gonna be a big hit of 2025. But big bombs of 2025. Now that's a different story. Can't do Craven this year, so we gotta pick a different movie. Wait, Roger, do you have a big hit of 2025? Because this, I feel like,
yeah, this one I was leaning towards Superman as well. So maybe either I missed out on the gold mine or dodged a bullet. I'm gonna go with the other studio. I think Fantastic Four really has a chance to, like, I think Nando obviously has a number of videos, both leading up to it and dissecting it. But I just on that same like hopeful. Kind of uplifting, but not too overtly. And it's a kind of, we'll see how the Captain America comes out. I'm very that is a movie that anything could happen. It would not surprise me. I could see it being interesting.
The Captain America movie?
Yeah, the Captain America movie. So if that hits at least with some momentum, I really think Fantastic Four will be the big hit, riding that kind of momentum. And even if Captain America doesn't hit, I think it can stand on its own. But I think Fantastic Four may be kind of the franchise launching. They finally have their Iron Man again, even though they might have Robert Downey Jr. again somewhere in the Fantastic Four movie.
Well, he'll be in that one, yeah. So that even helps.
Exactly. So I think Fantastic Four is my big hit of 2025.
Nice.
Very perhaps. Well, bombs are more funny though, because sometimes we really get to do a bad job. And I can't wait to make our list of bombs this year. I'll start, you guys. I don't even know if this movie comes out this year. I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, no, it must, because we've seen a trailer. I think, and this is not because I think it's going to be bad, although I do. It's just because I just don't think there's an appetite for Snow White. I think will be the big bomb of 2025. I think that thing is going to like sink like a lead balloon. I don't think there's anybody that's excited for it. I think part of the internet hates Gal Gadot. Part of the internet hates the other one. What's her name? Rachel Zegler. Part of the internet hates Disney reboots. Like, it's one of those little, everybody puts their sword in the middle memes of like a million guys. And a lot of those people are wrong because, like, you know, Rachel Zegler's fine, but a lot of the people that are like, these goddamn reboots are bad. And then obviously there's all the wokeness that everyone hates, which is also stupid. But I don't know. I feel like this movie, I'd love for one of these to be the beginning of the end for the live action Disney reboots, but I do think like Lilo and Stitch will save it. So I'm not as worried about it. But I do think that, like, I think that Snow White movie is toast. Anybody not think that?
Dude, that was mine.
Oh, really?
Like, and for yeah. All, and I resonated so much with like your argument because I'm like, yes, all of those things, yes. So if Nando gets it, I want a little token that's like a DJ. Also, I want to.
Sure.
They were both correct.
And then that's my like regular take, right? Because we're still doing nuclear takes and stuff.
Yeah, right. We love our nuclear.
I'm gonna say I'll say my nuclear take for this one. I wish it was Avatar, but I don't think it's gonna be Avatar. I don't even know if this counts as a nuclear take. Is Tron 3 a nuclear take? That second one wasn't even a big hit. No, you know what? How about this? I think that Ballerina movie is gonna flop big, and that's like the John Wick spinoff movie that they reshot a million times because apparently it's not very good. And I feel like the studio's really excited for it, but I'd be like really worried about it. Oh wait, no, never mind. Well, yeah, no, I'll stick with that because I want to leave some stuff on the table for you guys. Like, Diggins, what do you think will be the big bomb of 2025?
Well, for my regular take, I'm gonna say Karate Kid Legends is gonna be the big bomb of 2025.
It's a good one.
I feel like these studios are severely overestimating the like willingness of people to go out to watch a new Karate Kid. And I know Ralph Macchio's back and everything in this one. It's not Jaden Smith.
Well, but Jackie Chan is back. We love him, you know.
Yeah, I just feel like the moment's kind of over. Like, Cobra Kai came out, and that was a decently popular show on YouTube Red. But I don't know. I feel like it never really took the world by storm, and I just don't think the appetite for Karate Kid is really out there. And also, it's probably going to be really bad. Just because most Hollywood movies are really bad. So just statistically. So yeah, that I think for a regular take, I think that's gonna bomb pretty bad. It, you know, it might like break even or make a little bit of money, but it won't be a particularly big hit. Like, it won't crack. Let's call it the top 20. It won't crack the top 20 for the year.
Okay. And you're saying that even though one of the writers of it wrote that Peter Cottontail movie with James Corden?
That's right, Nando. That's how confident I am. Even though it has such a rich pedigree.
Brave. Yeah.
I am brave. People should give me a medal.
I think they will.
They probably will. Because of how cool and brave I am. For a nuclear take. Oh, boy. Oh, geez.
Oh, geez, man.
I'm looking at stuff that comes out this year. You know what? Another 80s sequel that I'm not sure how much the appetite is there for anymore. I'm going to say, for my nuclear take, the big bomb of 2025 is going to be Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The New Jersey movie, Happy Gilmore 2? Shooting in New Jersey these days?
I know. And I know that, like, apparently his Netflix movies are very popular, Adam Sandler. But there's a big difference between I want to throw on the Adam Sandler movie on Netflix for the 7 seconds it takes for Netflix to count it as a view. And I'm going to go out to a movie theater to watch the Adam Sandler sequel to a movie that came out 40 years ago.
Wow.
And I just don't think the kind of people who are interested in that are the kind of people who go to movie theaters anymore.
Who are the kind of people
maybe
that
I'll
go
be
to
wrong.
theaters
Maybe
anymore?
that'll be like the one movie they see that year. But I'm going to put it out there.
Interesting.
You know, it's my nuclear take.
Yeah. DJ, what about you? What's your biggest bomb in 2025?
I'm dying here because I was really gunning for that Snow White pick. So I'm gonna empty the clip here. Things I want to say, but I don't think will be the bomb. I really want to say How to Train Your Dragon, because
I thought about
it.
Fuck them but I think it's gonna do okay. In my heart, it's not a bomb. I want to say Michael, the Michael Jackson biopic. Michael Jackson's being played by Jermaine Jackson's son. I don't think it'll bomb. I think it'll just be kind of there, like, we'll do terrible.
Yeah.
I think
the come and go, kind of like a lot of these do. Yeah,
exactly right. I'm like Constantine 2. This is like a 20-year late Constantine sequel. Are we really think that's gonna light the place on fire?
Yeah, plus, like, is that even coming out this year? Yeah. Like, I feel like I would be worried about picking a... Well, I mean, it's probably supposed to, and if it is, it'll probably be like a Halloween movie. But, like, I'd be worried about taking a movie that we don't know is shooting yet. Because, like,
fair.
How much these tend to get delayed.
Yeah. We got the Martin Scorsese Roosevelt movie. That's a movie. It's tough, man.
What about okay, I've got a couple options for you, DJ.
All right.
About that For One movie. Yeah. It's about For One racing. You love For One racing.
I don't think For One's gonna bomb. I really don't think so.
Do you think it'll do as good as Gran Turismo?
I think there's some For One freaks that'll like be excited to see it.
Another option, The Accountant 2. What if an autistic person did a murder or something? Remember that?
Again.
Yeah, another one. Keeps going.
Let's just, you know what? I'm just going to grab How to Train Your Dragon in the spirit of live action, but bad. In the spirit of Diggins, but we're going to do a bad one this time. It's not Snow White, but that's fine. And if Snow White truly is a bomb, then I'll feel awesome. But I'm going to just take How to Train Your Dragon. It's the one that speaks to me the most of, like, I can see people just like not getting up for this.
You got a nuclear?
I have a thermonuclear.
Oh my god!
I'm like very excited.
Was it Superman? That would be like thermonuclear betting against yourself.
The DJ this year is hedging like crazy.
Your parlay.
Hey! Bridge's not over. I might have a good hedge.
This is his Adam Sandler moment. This is how he wins.
That's right. He's gonna come, as we know from the show.
I think it's possible that Wicked for Good could bomb. Listen. Listen. And we talked about it on the Wicked Pod. Right. There's nothing left. Everything else is bad.
It's bad.
There's no good songs. There's no good plot. And I think the smart theater people know that. I think the smart theater people know it's like, no, it's just like the first one was good. And I think it might be like a Joker 2 situation where, like, it's like a big opening weekend, but it's kind of out there like, oh, it's not good. It's sloppy. Like, yeah, it wraps it up, but it's like kind of messy. And again, the bomb would be on the level of like a Joker like 2 bomb, where, like, you know, it doesn't make $100 million or like whatever like the thing is. That would have to be the metric. But that's why it's thermonuclear. But I think the Wicked sequel could be a huge bomb of 2025.
Crazy.
That's why it's thermonuclear.
Absolutely thermonuclear. But
we said that about Joker 2, Nando.
Yep.
Yeah, I will say,
like, we got to take a big old slice of humble pie.
I refuse.
At least this is in my nuclear category.
Yeah.
At least I'm not like, guys, Wicked 2's gonna bomb. Like, I'm putting a nuclear whatever on it. You know, get the Geiger counters out. But anyway, that's mine. So
but Roger, what about you?
Oh yeah, Roger, what's your bomb?
Yeah. So I was thinking, I'll go with my regular one, but I was thinking on my nuclear take about doing Wicked just because of the lack of songs and stuff. And just, I don't know, there are other
They're
movies
writing 2 new songs for it.
That's
a new Ariana and a new Cynthia song.
So I have my regular bomb. I'm going to say 28 years later.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Really?
So it's been, I don't know, like almost 20 years since the previous movie came out. And it's a June 20th, like, zombie movie, which is not like summertime zombie. I see it and I go, that's probably a very competently done, going to be a solid movie that I have no interest in seeing. And similar to the, Apocalypse we've gotten a lot of that recently on TV. I don't know if that's going to draw people to the movies when you have like Fallout, and Last of Us season 2 is going to come out next year, I assume, some point. So I just think 28 years later is going to be a bomb next year. And my nuclear one is going to be F1, going off of the fact that I don't think there's a big enough audience, and the budget is supposed to be like in the 300 millions at this point, I'm pretty sure, which is fucking insane.
That's Red 1 levels.
And no pee bottles delayed it, which is even crazier. They spent all that money just regularly, not even waiting for the rock.
Well, they got those suits where you get to pee into the F1.
Yeah, those F1 race car drivers do have pee suits.
They probably empty out into a bottle system or something. Why is The Rock not in this? He would love it.
He could not fit in that F1. That'd be amazing.
True, yeah. He'd
be like Bowser in Mario Kart.
Yeah. Interesting.
So those are my 2 bombs.
All right. Well, while you guys are here, real quick, I just want to call a friend. Hello, Kevin. None of them said Captain America. I think it's going to be okay. Good news.
Oh, just
Good
you
news
wait.
for some of us. All right. Wait. Speaking of surprises, let's do the surprise everyone by being whatever. Start with DJ. DJ.
Thank you.
We'll surprise everyone by being whatever.
Again, I don't love this because I was really struggling and know where to grab. Also, my last year's one was atrocious, so I felt like I gotta like back off. I gotta be way safer. But I'm gonna say the MCU is gonna surprise everyone by being better than the DCEU in 2025.
Wow!
I think
who is going to be surprised by that?
What, you crazy? The had a good year last year, right? But the MCU's been on like a downward slide, right? Like this is the
number 2 movie,
as long as you don't count the
2024
this year that it's currently in. The one we were in.
And so also, however mediocre the MCU has become, the DCEU has been a dumpster fire.
But I feel like the hype train is crazy high because of James Gunn. It's like he's here, he's gonna resurrect it.
People like us, the average person doesn't know who James Gunn even is.
Yeah. Also, real quick, DJ and Diggins. Have you guys watched Creature Commandos yet?
No.
Okay, there we go. So I watch it. I like it. But yeah, this is even for us. No, you guys aren't watching it, so it's not the cultural moment. But
like I said, I didn't love this. This like finally dies is a very hard category.
That was the first category, though.
Yeah. But what about...
shit. All right, I gotta. Dickens, do you have one? Like ready?
I have one.
Did we just shame you into a different pick?
It can't be wrong, right? It can't, am I
the reason why I say it shouldn't be that is because I don't think that would be the surprising outcome to people.
Yeah, that's the same. I think the premise of that one just doesn't quite hold up.
Apparently, it's an illegal pick unless the judge, who may have a very nice new RV, go outside right now.
Oh my God.
There might be 2 stacked on top of each other. It's a huge RV.
Well, seems like it would ruin one of them.
You'd think so, right? But that's why you pay the big bucks to put the little wheel ramps on it, so you can have 2. Yeah,
it's the top one's a Cybertruck.
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Unbeatable. So wait, yeah. So DJ, if you want to pick the wrong thing, you can, but I don't know. It's up to you.
No. I let Diggins go while
I think the casino will let you hit on 20 if you really force them to.
No, this is like he's walking up to the blackjack table and throwing dice on it and saying, craps!
I want a blue. $50 on silver this time, baby.
You guys aren't saying a bad pick. You're saying it's an illegal pick. I would like to say that the MCU will be better than the DCEU, but apparently that won't be a surprise. Everyone will be like, same business as always. Which, is that true?
Yes, right now.
Yeah, as of today. I think it's...
the opposite would be the thing that changes.
Well, I don't believe that to be the case, so...
Yeah.
Sounds like
I also think if this year was, even forget about the DCU stuff, if this year was a bad year for Marvel, then I'd say it would be you'd maybe be able to get off on that part of but Marvel had a very good year this year with X-Men and then Deadpool and Agatha and then 2 shows that we're not going to mention, although I think What If was pretty good, but not everybody would. What do you guys think, though?
Come back to me.
Okay.
All right. Diggins, you said you have one, right?
I have one. And Nano, I might be disqualified also because I haven't been paying attention to this, and you might tell me that this is already basically confirmed.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that is the case.
Okay.
Because I'm saying Superman will surprise everyone by being a romance. And by this, I don't mean, I want to be clear about what I'm saying. I do not mean there will be a subplot with Superman and Lois. Like, obviously, of course, that's going to happen. I'm saying the relationship between Superman and Lois, them like falling in love and like, you know, all of that is going to be the primary driver of the movie.
Well, could that even happen considering they're not going to have sex on screen because it's a PG-13 movie, you know? Or maybe they will.
Well, listen, if you do a kiss sexy enough, then it's sometimes even more steamy than having sex on screen.
That's a good point. Well,
that's the Mormon lifestyle right there.
Yeah.
No, that's soaking.
I definitely don't think we know this is confirmed. So I think this can count as a thing. Will you say that Lex Luthor also has a romantic interest in Superman? Were we going to get into that business?
I mean, I think one could definitely argue there's a psychosexual component to his obsession with Superman.
Yeah. So that also helps.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Nicholas Hoult was in one of the sexiest movies of 2024, Nosferatu. So it's possible.
He's a pretty sexy guy. Got that bald head, you know, and a gun. I think we saw him holding a gun. So very exciting fellow.
Like a movie that takes place at this current date, January 1st, 2025. You know, gun is good, penis bad.
What's that a reference to?
Zardoz.
Oh, is today Zardoz?
Today's Zardoz Day. The events of Zardoz take place on January 1st, 2025.
I'm not spending enough time on the internet. I did not even notice that.
Happy Zardoz Day, everybody.
Yeah, happy Zardoz Day, everybody. Happy
Diggins,
belated,
can you explain what Zardoz Day is a little bit more?
Zardoz is a movie starring Sean Connery.
You've seen the picture.
I've seen the picture.
He wears a very interesting outfit. And it's a sort of like weird sci-fi adventure where he follows the instructions of a giant floating stone head to sort of like upend a society where they've been brainwashed to believe that violence is good and sex is bad.
Yeah. It's I'm honestly surprised you haven't done it on the podcast. It's one of those notoriously bad movies that like are really weird. Yeah.
If you just Google Sean Connery Zardoz, and that's Zardoz, you'll see his stunning ensemble.
Yeah. DJ, have you figured out one yet? And I'm going to take that as a no. I assume DJ's microphone is muted, but also...
Oh, whoops. Yep. Hi. Hello.
Hey, look who it is.
I didn't want to hear the furious clicking and skying of the internet. So sorry. So yes, Nando, I do have something.
Okay,
you know
go for it.
I just want to have some fun. I just want to fuck around. Why do I care about winning? Winning is so overrated. It's better to have fun and fuck around. So let's have some fun and fuck around. All right. Okay. You guys ready for this? I don't know if there's like a nuclear version of this, but I'm going for it. All right. So I want to go in the video game realm because I'm like, oh, let's do some fun video game shit. So,
it's true.
All right. And this would be a surprise. This would genuinely be a surprise. So I'm going to go with Nintendo is going to surprise everyone by announcing a new Super Smash Brothers game. It would
even though the guy said he won't and never will, and they've really,
which would make it a huge surprise. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't that be crazy if they're like, we're making one, even though the main guy who makes it says, I'm done with these. Sakurai.
Would it be without him? Can they even make him without him, do you think?
Let's go. It's wide open, baby. It's wide open.
Yeah. So, I mean, can they, in that, will it be any good? I mean, I think that's an open question.
I think an announcement is enough for me to clear the bar on this because it would be a surprise. It would brain matter would be across the pages of Reddit if Nintendo's like, so allegedly we're supposed to get a Switch 2 announcement in March. Maybe that's right. What I should do is Nintendo will surprise everyone by actually announcing the Switch 2 in March. Maybe that should be my very safe take. But I was like, here it is. And then maybe like 6 months later, they're like, guys, we're bringing a new Super Smash Bros. Coming out for Switch 2. And let the floodgates open.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's have fun. What am I trying to do? Trying to make a take that's all serious and accurate? Nah, let's fuck around and find out. So that's it for me. There will be a new Super Smash Bros. Game announced in 2025 to the surprise of everyone. And this one definitely counts. You can't say it won't. It definitely counts.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. I was a little worried when you started here, so I was like, that kind of maybe will step on mine, but it won't. Just when you started talking about video games, because mine is, I would say, a hard. Like, I think this is unexpected. It would be unexpected. But I'm gonna surprise
everyone by existing.
Yeah, it's coming back, baby. They're all entering Smash. That's gonna be the first announcement. Green Boy is in Smash now with his quills and everything. It's a 15 character like Ice Climbers, where just all the Congo guys jumping around. It'd be pretty good. But no, I'm gonna say this. I mean, honestly, this might be equally as crazy as DJ's. I'm gonna say a Minecraft movie will surprise everybody by actually being good in 2025.
How dare you? That's crazy.
I know, and that's the thing. I think a lot of reviewers have already made up their mind because it looks so bad, and I agree it looks bad. And I think that the humor in it is weird, but I do think maybe there's something there in that, like, it could be kind of fun, and I do think Jack Black is fun. Like, I think the Claptrap, that character sucks, and that movie didn't know what to do with him. But I do think this is closer to like what you like about Jack Black, which is him just running around being a weirdo. Maybe there'll be a song in it. Like, I'm not saying I think this is going to be the best movie of 2025, but I do think it will be. Here's how I'd stake it: largely positively reviewed, and I think we will all look back on it and go, "That's pretty good." I'm guessing it's kind of in the same realm as, like, I don't know, what was this year that was that? Not kind of Wicked, but not really Wicked, because Wicked we all kind of liked. But if you look at things this year, I'd say it probably will have a similar reaction to this that we had to, like, Bad Boys, or, I don't know, Transformers 1, where we were like, great. But I think this is starting from way further back, because the trailer is so despised. And that's my thought. What about you, Roger? Do you have something for this? Or did DJ steal yours about Super Smash Bros?
He probably did. That was a pretty hot one. Yeah.
I have one that I would categorize as a nuclear take, and I think Andor will surprise everyone for being bad.
Wow. What? Amazing.
Wow.
I forgot about
that.
Hear me out. So Andor 1, season 1, amazing. This is season 2, and one thing that Star Wars has always struggled with is going to sequel or existing movie endpoint. Season 1, they had kind of an amorphous endpoint. They could end wherever they want, but now this is the last season. They have to tie it up to line up with Rogue One, and I just think it's gonna be sloppy. No matter what they do. I think there'll be some episodes that are great. We'll have a good time with some of them. But overall, people are going to look at the season as a whole and go, man, that was really disappointing. From where we were at season 1 to what we got in season 2, after all this time, after all the money they poured in, it will be disappointing.
Wow. Diggins, your rebuttal?
I fully expect to receive Roger's personal apology to both us and to Diego Luna.
And Cyril Karn, a real guy somewhere.
And Cyril Karn, the shittiest man in the universe.
Yeah.
I just anticipate Roger next year coming on and saying, well, I have to award myself the worst prediction of the year for that thing I said about Andor.
Get that crucifix ready, baby.
I fall on my gavel right in front of all of you. And end it all.
Lights the RVs on fire.
Oh my God.
Whoa! I need to get to Cancun, man. Calm yourself.
Yeah, I mean, look, you sell those later. Like, those are very valuable. I forgot about Andor this year.
It's wild, but it would.
You just think that'll Andor will fail even this year when Acolyte was such a resounding something, even though this year they made an Acolyte show that had a whole bunch of scenes. I don't know about that. I don't know. I hear that Skeleton Show crew is pretty good, or Skeleton Crew show is pretty good. So
I got that.
They're on their way, but
we'll see. I will come back bootlicking in hand, much like your favorite character, and we'll see if I was wrong.
Well, next is the last one, the final one. What will 2025 be the year of? Who will 2025 be the year of? What else? What other classifications could there be? Where will it be the year of? Who should go first this time? Anybody got one they're really excited about? I'll take that as a no. Okay,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm not really excited about it, but I want to throw it out there. I think 2025 is going to be the year of the monster movie.
Ooh.
We got a few contenders, right? We got the Wolfman. That was, I think, at one point going to be part of the dark universe of monsters, right? I think that was possibly going to be something at one time. We have Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Ooh, another monster movie. He's competing. It'll be on Netflix. People may watch. We have Bambi the Reckoning. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it sounds crazy.
That's one of those.
This is public domain, baby. Now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, right. I understand
They're
that.
Also
I just
doing
don't
a
know.
Popeye one.
Right.
Yep.
Cool. Love that. We have King Spawn. Can you believe it? Me neither. But that's probably in that.
What's
kind
that?
Of, I don't. I was just looking.
You're just naming movies now.
We got your guys and your girls and those other things and the kiddos.
Yeah.
No. It's there's a new Spawn movie. It's called King Spawn. Might come out
King
next year.
Spawn. Okay, yeah. I didn't know. I just thought you found a movie called King Spawn or something. We're like, that sounds like a scary name, doesn't it?
King Spawn. That's kind of in there.
Yeah, he's from hell and stuff.
We got a new Predator. Predator is like a monster.
This and that Alien show.
Yeah. This movie about like a demented toy monkey or whatever. That's monster adjacent.
Right.
So I just think we're gonna look back at 2025 and be like, wow, look at all these monster movies. And I guess how do I put a marker on it? I don't know, because I don't know like how many of them will be good, but like, all right, how's this? Like, well, the Frankenstein Netflix one, we'll never know. Like, it'll be a top 10 Netflix movie. That's easy. But like Wolfman will be really good box office, critically acclaimed, and we'll be talking about all of these. We'll be talking
about the Lee
about
Winnell one, right? I think he's great.
Yeah, I think we'll know by the end of 2025. Similar to knowing it was the year of The Rock, we'll know it was the year of the monster movie. I just think that'll be.
I would say monster.
Evident.
Call it monster content instead. I feel like you want that TV monsters.
Thank you.
We got Stranger Things next year.
Thank you.
That's good. That could be big.
Monster content. Thanks to the
MonCon, as they call it in the biz.
I can't wait for the MonCon, baby.
A lot of MonCon, not to be confused with MonCon, content about Mondays, which is Garfield's least favorite kind of content. But
so that's my prediction.
Wonderful. I'll go next since mine's a little different.
Nando, what the fuck's wrong?
Sure,
doesn't matter. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, we'll try our best. I have two. I'm gonna take the other one, but I do just want to say I had the option to take The Rock. It would have been really funny if I did, but I'm not gonna because it's not the one I wrote down. I do think that movie he's making with the Safdie brothers comes out this year, and that could be big for him. But the problem is Moana doesn't come out until 2026, live action Moana. As far as we know, sometimes they announce a Moana movie mid-year that's going to come out in a couple of weeks. But I'm going to pick a person because I did want to pick a guy or a gal, but this one happens to be a guy that I think is going to have a great big year next year. And this pick is kind of the ante to everything DJ's been saying so far on the predictions of this year. Is I think 2025 is going to be the year of Jonathan Bailey, my boy Fiyero from Wicked 2. He's the one of the leads in that Jurassic Park movie DJ thinks is going to be a huge bomb that's going to kill the franchise. I think he's a hot star coming up. Like everybody's watching that Wicked movie going, wow, that guy's a big star. And I think that Bridgerton, I think there's another Bridgerton or something. I think that's what he's mostly from. So those three things together, I think will all be hits. But I think the other thing is by the end of 2025, he'll have been cast in something big. Like, for example, he'll be Cyclops or something like that, or he'll be Batman or one of those in one of these big franchises, and we'll all go, yeah, that makes about much sense as you expect. That Jonathan Bailey's, he's the hot new star that everyone loves. And just watching Wicked again today, because it came on VOD the other night, because they've decided they're done with money. They're like, we made enough money. We'd like to put some money back.
Right?
They threw it right to VOD. He's great in it. And like, he's really, a lot of his reactions and like his dancing is just really, really impressive. So that's my guess. 2025, you're Jonathan Bailey. Diggins, what about you?
Well, Nando, 2025 is going to be a year of a lot of things. A lot of stuff is probably going to happen. A lot of people will do well. A lot of people will do not so well. Heroes will rise and fall. There's going to be changes in fortunes, all abounding for all sorts of people, places, things, concepts. But there's one above all that is going to be what 2025 is the year of, which is what we're here to talk about.
This is great.
Webster's Dictionary defines a year as a period of 365 days.
That's right.
366
exactly
in a leap
right.
year.
That's true.
But this isn't a leap year. So it's
Just
not
go
the
with
year of a leap
fucks.
year.
Go with fucks if you're unsure.
No, Nosferatu came out last year. No. This is going to be the year where we hate CEOs.
No, really?
What?
Finally, one of those
no.
years where CEOs become
Overruled.
unpopular.
This is the bullshit surprise, whatever.
I don't buy it.
No. Good sir,
mean,
try again. Have
if
Roger
we
say
liked him
his and then come
before.
back to you.
That's true. Roger, do you have one? While Diggins comes up with one?
So I have a wild one, and it's not going to be their year necessarily, but I think 2025 will be the year of Zack Snyder, solely because I have a wild prediction. So Nando, you put together, as we talked about earlier, that the Sony movies are struggling. They're going back and forth. And you identified a number of directors that had experience that they should pick. And I think you said in there that Sony couldn't make a bad decision. They're at the floor. But I think they could think deeper. And I think they're going to see James Gunn kind of, we hand the keys over to one person and Superman does really well. We have this bank of Sony Marvel characters we can make movies about. We want them to be a little dark and edgy. They're going to hand over the Sony Marvel movie keys to Zack Snyder at some point in 2025, and he's going to announce his vision for the revitalized, revamped, not your mother and father superhero, because they are anti-heroes. And we're going to maybe get a Spider-Man, but it's going to be a Zack Snyder-driven and fully thought-out landscape for the Sony picture.
Wow, I hope we get El Muerto from him. That feels like the kind of thing he'd really like.
Yes, exactly.
El Muerto means death, and like that's really dark and scary.
Slow motion galore.
Yeah, that's a very bold prediction. Doesn't he also have that weird show, that like Hercules, sexy Hercules? Something.
I think that got canceled as well, but right, wasn't
poor
it like
Zach.
something of gods, right, on Netflix?
Yeah, Netflix, get it together. Oh yeah, it's yeah. I guess maybe it's still don't. I'm hard to say, but he's got that Fountainhead movie in development. Maybe that'll finally come out. Yeah, maybe on the Rebel Moon books will really take off or whatever, and then we'll do another one of those. I don't know. That man, love him so much. Diggins. What do you got? What do you think 2025 will be the year of?
You know, I sat and I reflected with it a little bit more. And I think actually 2025 is going to be the year of earnestness.
Oh my God.
It's going to be the year.
What a winning concept.
Going to be the year we stop being cynical. We embrace straightforwardly heroic things. Superman is going to do huge, and we're going to be like, we like it when heroes are just good, nice people. I would say Wicked is very earnest, as most musicals are. There's not a lot of like irony in there. It's all very sincere. And there's just gonna be. I'd say that's also true of the Avatar movies. They're just like very sincere. Like James Cameron wants to make his movies about the weird blue people who have boobs, even though they don't.
I was gonna say
get pregnant.
Don't forget
the way we do. And it's just gonna be. It's not gonna be your year of your Deadpools and Wolverines, where the whole thing is kind of winking at the camera and being like, haha, isn't it crazy that we're doing this? It's gonna be people being up on screen being like, I think it's good when you're nice. And that's what's going to be popular in 2025. That's what people are going to respond to. And so that 2025 will be the year of earnestness.
Interesting.
I don't understand what this prediction is, but you do you, man. I don't know how we measure this. I'm
very tired and I have a headache. I don't know if you're getting better than this out of me.
You could write this as kind of.
That was earnest, Diggins. That was very earnest of you.
Yeah,
that was quite the earnest statement.
It's like the opposite of the anti-hero prediction. It's the traditional heroes and the good guys and the lack of what's the word? Like cynicism. Like I like that as an idea. Right. Sincerity, maybe. So yeah, we'll see.
CEOs may be earnest in their greed. They're just going to come out and say, we're greedy and we hate all of you. That'll be their earnestness pouring out.
Like, we think it's more important that we become slightly richer than that most people get to live.
Yeah, they will say that. So, all right.
My one question is there an Ernest movie coming out this year? Like, I know Jim Varney is dead.
I was going to say Jim Varney is very dead.
What if they reboot it? Why not, And I don't think there is.
I'm shocked they haven't.
I am too.
Paddington's coming out. That's a very earnest movie.
That's super earnest.
Paddington, yeah, they keep rebooting or like bumping that back, which is so weird. It was supposed to come out last year, I think, right?
Yeah,
but it didn't. So yeah, Paddington, Captain America, all those guys. Zootopia, pregnancy. So very exciting. These are all on the books now. This is put it in stone, Roger. You could put your big stone chisel and big stone tablet down. You can get the wheel out of its sex room or whatever that you've locked it into.
Whoa.
The wheel is having it's not. We're not having sex with it. I'm just saying that you put the wheel there because it's having its.
Well, I don't want to assume that Roger has that.
Well, any room that the wheel is in while the wheel's having sex becomes the wheel.
Yeah, any room is a sex room if you have sex in it.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. So I know, very good. That's what that movie The Room is about, right? Yeah.
Yeah, DJ's like, wow, I guess my house is full of sex rooms.
Yeah. DJ's like, wow, one whole sex room in my house. Amazing. Yeah.
There's a
kitchen. Everybody loves the kitchen.
There's a sex square 10 feet at best.
Yeah. Gotta keep it constant. Otherwise, things might change, and that's not what we like.
Look, you got your kissing corner, your sex 10-foot cube.
Yeah. And they do not overlap.
Opposite sides of the house. Yeah.
You have to move to them back and forth.
As DJ starts moving to the kissing corner, Michelle's like, not tonight. And he's like, okay. And he walks back closer to the center of the house.
Then he pulls up ChatGPT and says, how can I get my wife to the kissing corner?
How to get your girlfriend.
My 33-year-old Caucasian wife.
Oh, man. Well, that was great. We learned a lot about movies and shows and games and the DJ's kissing corner and stuff. DJ doesn't even like kissing, we learned. That was another thing that was last year, right? Or
DJ is disgusted by the very thought of kissing somebody.
It's just not... You do it less than you think when you're married, fellas. Roger knows.
I kiss him into it.
Don't drag him into this.
Don't throw me in the other side of your kissing corner. I have no idea.
Yeah. Do you guys want to get to our classic segment and recommend some things to the fine people?
I think it's about that time.
All right, let's do a little rec.
Let's do it.
DJ, do you have anything to recommend?
I do have something to recommend. So I think it was over a Christmas party. Yeah, it had to have been. There was no other option. Could have been. Friend of mine or cousin, whatever, had brought a game over that I really enjoyed. It's called Hitster. So like hipster, but Hitster. And essentially what this game is, it's very basic. There's like a stack of these little square cards, and on the card is a QR code. And you get an app, you scan the QR code, you put the phone down, and it just starts playing a song. And you have to, on like a timeline, place when that song came out. And if you can name the artist and the title of the song, you get like a little bonus coin, which you could use to do something called the Hitster, where, Nando, let's say you place a song that I think you played it incorrectly. I could bet a coin and say Hitster, and if I place it in the proper spot on your timeline, I get the card.
Cool.
So it's just like a fun little like music guessing game, good party game, like easy to set up, like pretty low concept, but yeah, just like a fun little you know, like it's good like for family parties, I would say, or like a light if you're like, you know, don't want to do like crazy ass games. It's a good option. So yeah, it's called fun. Hitster, and I think it's pretty cheap. They can get it for like $20 on Amazon or Target or something like that. So
nice.
It's a pretty low barrier to entry.
Diggins, what about you? Do you have anything to recommend to the fine people?
I do. As is traditional for me at the end of the year, I watched a whole bunch of movies that I hadn't seen from that year. So I'm just going to fly through these real quick because I've got several. I watched Nightbitch. Did not like it that much.
Nice.
Bummer.
Yeah, Nightbitch is a movie where Amy Adams is a stay-at-home mom. It's the name of the movie, Roger.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not making a joke.
I know.
Yeah, what do you think? Who do you think he is? DJ? Throwing that word around hither and yon on this podcast? No. This is a man of class.
Mm-hmm. I only talk about cum.
Yeah, that's
seriously
very different.
Okay, so it's a movie where Amy Adams is a stay-at-home mom who kind of resents having to be a stay-at-home mom, and this resentment is sometimes represented by her turning into a dog. Except that's actually very little of the movie. It's surprisingly conventional and not that audacious, which I found very disappointing.
Damn.
La Chimera is a Italian movie about actually one of the guys from Challengers is the main character. Josh O'Connor, I believe. Where he is like, he works with they're basically a group of people that rob old Etruscan tombs in Italy to like sell to black market art dealers. And it's a very vibes based movie. It's just sort of about him and his regrets and his sort of coming to terms with like what he does and how he feels about it. I don't know. It's like I said, it's very vibes based. I don't want to get too into it. Look Back is an adaptation of a manga by the Chainsaw Man guy. It's a story of these two young girls who both like draw manga, like little 4-panel mangas for their school newspaper, and how they sort of end up like competing with and inspiring each other, and like how that affects their lives.
Yeah. Heard of this.
It's really, I think, moving. I enjoyed it a lot. It's on Amazon right now if you want to check that out. It's also, DJ, 60 minutes long.
Wow.
No, stop it. And this is a movie.
It's a movie.
Yeah.
I
don't know what makes it a feature, but it's definitely a movie.
5-star.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one that's kind of about the director?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Well, it's not about the director. It's about Fujimoto, the creator of Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, I heard someone talking about this the other day. That sounds pretty cool.
That's cool.
I watched Red Rooms, which is I don't know if it's French or Canadian because it takes place in Montreal, but it's mostly in French. But anyway, it's about a woman who attends every day the trial of this like horrific murderer who made snuff films where he like tortures and kills little girls.
Those the red rooms, the titular rooms.
Correct.
I see. Yeah.
And
I just wanted to say that because on camera I went like this. As you said that, and I said it because I realized what the title was about. I didn't want it to be like, well then. Let's
snuff
hear
films,
about
you
these
say?
snuff films of a little girl. Yeah. Anyway.
I really liked this one. It's sort of, a lot of the movie is like not understanding why she's doing this or why she's doing most of the things she does, and sort of just like her being very Sphinx-like throughout most of the movie, where she keeps doing things and you're like, what could she possibly be building to? And I think the ending is so interesting to me because it's both like, it is like revelatory in the sense of like, okay, that was what she wanted out of this. But it's also like, how much does that change anything? So I really enjoyed that. And then, as I've mentioned several times, I watched the sexiest movie of 2024, Nosferatu. Robert Eggers is Nosferatu. I also really liked that. I think visually it's like very striking. He keeps a lot of like the German expressionism from the original. So like the very clear, stark shadows and the kind of like larger than lifeness of a lot of the scenery. While also sort of updating the story, making explicit a lot of themes that were only implied because it was made in the 20s. So I enjoyed that a lot. I think that is one of his better movies.
Did you get a popcorn bucket?
Fucks, right?
I did not get the coffin bucket. No.
Damn it.
I did go to an AMC, so I could have.
Wow.
But
I mean, maybe you
I'm a
could have if
coward.
it was it still there or were they all sold out? Because I feel like
I
that's
don't know.
one.
I didn't check.
Yeah, they're probably pretty popular.
Well, anyway, I'm saving up for the coffin bed anyway.
Yeah, that's really what the priority
Anyway,
is.
those are all the movies I've watched. What about you, Nando?
I watched one movie. It's that movie Y2K. That is like an apocalypse movie, but what if Y2K was real and the computers turned into big monsters and ate us all? But it's kind of silly. I didn't love it. I think it had a lot of cool stuff going for it, but I just think the vibe was weird and like kind of wrong. It also didn't feel like the 2000s. Like, this is hard to look at period pieces that I lived through and go like, well, that's not it. But I feel like this is starting to happen a lot. With like Madam Web, although Madam Web I think did a little bit better, at least with the clothes.
That guy had a PSP.
Exactly, it was a crazy time. But the Y2K, I don't not like it, and I think she's like Rachel Zegler and all the people that are in it are good. And I like the direction of it and stuff. I just it had a strange, like, it was doing strange things. So I can't fully recommend that. But the other thing I watched this week, besides, and me and Hannah watched a good. How long are we in this? 20 minutes of Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre. I think we'll finish it this year. It's fun. I'm liking it so far. It's a really fast movie of like everybody's talking like this and this and this and this and editing over to here and here and here. So you really got to pay attention. Might put subtitles on. But speaking of subtitles, I've also finished the 7 episodes that make up this season 2 of Squid Game, which is incredibly unsatisfying because it's clear that they made it into 2 seasons instead of 1 and split it right down the middle. But the parts that are in it are good. I like most of the new characters. I think it's interesting. I think there's a little bit too much of the cop. But I know what they're trying to do with him, and I think it's fine. But like all the stuff that's just plain old Squid Game and like Mr. Squid Game doing stuff is good in the same way the last season was good, and in a way that like builds on it and, you know, adds new dimensions to it. And yeah, I knew going into 7, I was like, well, there's probably isn't the end of it. There's probably going to be like a whole nother season that ends this story. But 7's, you're like, oh, maybe this is the end though, and it's not. So I enjoyed it though. Overall, I think it's very, very well made, and like he's very good in it. The whole thing's great. Can't wait for the American one or whatever we're gonna do to ruin that somehow.
Yeah, Mr. Beast did it, right? Did Mr. Beast do a Squid Game or whatever?
He did it, and then he did his TV show recently on Amazon. And then also, I think David Fincher is doing the American remake of Squid Game or something. Yep. It's coming. Yeah, and it's going to be bad, probably.
Yeah, we'll fuck it up.
Yeah, it can't be. There's no way. It's going to be like that Old Boy movie where we kind of get it, but also it doesn't feel right.
I'll hedge now. Squid Game will be the failure of 2028 or whatever. The American Squid Game.
But yeah, I think I watched those things, read a bunch of comics. I've been reading old Thunderbolts comics. Those books are great. Like the first team, when they are just like genuinely a bunch of villains trying to be heroes and trick everybody. That's like such a fun concept that plays out really well. And, you know, I don't know, playing Marvel Rivals like DJ right now at this very moment.
Obviously.
Because my computer tells me when. I'm going to wait until we're done, you know, but I like it so far. I'm actually really liking Magic, but only every other game, because every other game you play against bots and you get to kill them really easily. But the games against people are hard, and I'm not really good then. But if you catch me on those every other games, really solid.
He takes those bots right to the woodshed.
Oh my God, it's
right
incredible.
To the woodshed.
And I just wish they would like put more costumes in the game, because I would like maybe put money into the game if they weren't giving everybody like weird costumes. Like, just give them what they look like in the comics, but in a different era or whatever. But they're turning them into like, I don't know, like I saw a skin coming up for, I think it's Magic, that has like her in pigtails and looks like a little anime girl or something. And I get it. That is going to sell body pillows and skins and stuff. I don't, you know, disagree. But just like, maybe like one or two that look like they did in the comics, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah,
or like she looked in the hit movie New Mutants,
or New. Oh my God, I would buy that one in a heartbeat just so I could have it, because who doesn't love New Mutants? And probably aren't going to be any other New Mutants showing up in this game anytime soon. But yeah, I might stream that at some point, but not until I get better at it, so I'm not embarrassing. Roger, do you have anything to recommend to the fine people? I think you've checked out in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I've got a year of things I checked out.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Highlight.
Unload the clip.
Yeah. So there was a TV show that came on to Netflix. It's an old show from 2017, but it got added to Netflix in October. It's called The Detroiters. It has Tim Robinson and Sam Richardson.
Yes.
Speaking of cars that poop.
Yeah. I never watched it when it came out. And of course, you know, I Think You Should Leave. And so I checked them out. And it's honestly, I watched it. It's just 2 seasons. And I was like, man, this is amazing. You could see all of kind of the precursor to I Think You Should Leave in the skits. And the premise of the show is they're 2 ad agency people doing ads for various characters in Detroit. So it just sets up perfectly for like a skit-based show. It's like a better version of Southside, which was the Comedy Central Chicago one.
I love Southside.
I love Southside too, but they were like Repo Man and stuff. And so you had like different characters. But this one's just perfect because you just can have any character show up in their office and they do a commercial and then their side bits. But
and apparently
it was...
Oh, I was just going to say, apparently this is a thing in Detroit. I've heard him talk about it in interviews. Like, they are known for zany local commercials. So when they thought about the show, they were just like, who makes those? Like, let's pretend it's one company that makes them all. And I think that's interesting.
It's perfect. And it's a shame it only got 2 seasons, but it did get us I Think You Should Leave. So, you know, you take the good with the bad. Another show that I liked on Apple TV was Presumed Innocent. So that's a Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh,
it takes place in Chicago. It has one of the Skarsgårds, the lesser known Peter, but very enjoyable. Basically, from the first episode, kind of gripped me. And I can tell you from professional experience, it's really good on the law. Multiple times, something crazy would happen, and I would turn to my wife and be like, "Oh, well, that would be crazy. You know, a mistrial would happen." And then it cuts to, well, will this be a mistrial? I'm like, you know what? Good job, movie. Somebody talked to a lawyer once and they did a good job. And it was well received that they're going to do kind of like a season 2 with different characters, kind of like a, you know, Fargo situation where it's a different story in the same vein. But highly recommended. Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in it. His whole season as his character is phenomenal. He just acts.
You're going to say his body is phenomenal because of that Roadhouse movie. He's shredded. Also, like, he's in incredible shape.
And he has that body still, and it's still looking good.
Man.
In terms of legal accuracy, where does it rate on a scale from Joker Folie à Deux to My Cousin Vinny?
It's much closer to My Cousin Vinny. Probably it might even surpass My Cousin Vinny in a few key courtroom-based things, I think. But
what's
really
your favorite
enjoyed it.
legal movie? Do you have one that you're like, that's the best one?
I think My Cousin Vinny is probably. I mean, it's just a very fun movie to begin with. But Presumed Innocent is up there, probably my favorite show. Better Call Saul is another, like, you know, it doesn't primarily take place in the courtroom, but does a really good job of covering the law, and you really feel like the public defender life is, or like, you know, the early like stage of his career is very accurate. Another show on Apple TV that I liked, and I got caught up with it late, was Shrinking.
Oh yeah, that just ended too.
I will say Harrison Ford is so good in it both seasons that's part of the reason why I have some hope for Captain America. He is putting on a performance in season 1 and season 2 that he's also talking positively about Captain America in a similar way that I feel like he brought his A game. I think maybe we'll see, but it does seem like he got reinvigorated with this show, and it's fun to see him kind of enjoy acting again for probably the first time in a long time. Also on Apple TV, because there's a lot of movies and TV shows tucked away, is a movie called Wolves. DJ, Tight 90, perfect movie.
Oh, is it Wolves or Wolves?
Wolves, right?
Right. Wolves. It's Wolves. Yeah, Wolves.
Yeah. I watched Wolves.
And I get the joke. I should watch it. It does look funny.
It's the plot is nonsensical in terms of like it takes Joker level from Dark Knight premonition and like scrying to like make things but you don't even notice it because the charisma of Brad Pitt and George Clooney and their, buddy cop type drama is amazing. I think they were the most enjoyable like pairing, even more than Deadpool and Wolverine, where I just enjoyed watching them banter back and forth. It was excellent.
It's good when you have guys. It's good when you have guys.
Speaking of guys,
they're guys.
Yeah, we are all guys.
Guys where one's old and one's still pretty old, but a little bit younger than him.
Yeah.
And he gets to go, this old guy, what the fuck is he doing? And he's like, shut up, young boy. I'm older than you. And they
but
put
only
a body
by like
in a car.
15 years. We're both pushing the AARP card.
Yeah, for sure.
And then another movie with guys, Twisters on Peacock. I watched that. Glenn Powell, I just, speaking of charisma, I just cannot be smiling ear to ear watching him act at times. And I
agree. I cannot be smiling watching him
act
I was
either. Gonna say, I kind of wanted Roger to do that. Just like,
we did it.
I did it, yeah. I wanted you to be like, I just cannot see it. There's something wrong with me. Dead behind the eyes. That
I hate Glenn Powell. No, I see him like I know there's a lot of rumors about him potentially ending up in the DC universe, and I could see him in a variety of roles because I mean
I did not think that's how that sentence was ending.
Diggins is not letting go of 2024.
Well, Diggins is mad that Twisters cut its kiss from the movie because that would have made it the year the fucks, and then they went, no, not for you,
true.
Diggins.
Listen, he would have won otherwise.
I haven't heard anything about Glenn Powell, and I don't even dislike him really. I saw him in Hitman, and I was like, I don't think he's charming and like charismatic and stuff like Twisters, but Hitman convinced me that he doesn't have the juice.
Well, that
you don't think
you didn't like it?
How's the juice?
You didn't like his SNL audition tape that was the movie Hitman?
Yeah, what if he was Tilda Swinton lady? It's a fucking movie.
But I don't know. When you say, I know there's rumors about this white male actor in Hollywood, I'm like, I don't like the start of that sentence.
Wow, DJ or Diggins learning from DJ. You gotta call him white. Apparently, this is just how the podcast goes now. First DJ's wife, now Glenn Powell. I thought we were better than that. This is what it is.
Not grown. Can't we give these guys a chance?
How we doing, DJ? Jonathan Majors taught us that you don't have to be white to do sex crimes.
That's right.
Yes, that's a good point.
But yeah, are you winning, DJ? How's it going? Like, I just want to know how the game is going. I just always curious.
Who you playing as?
Yeah, which character? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's farming.
This is why DJ's predictions never pan out. This is why you're the bridesmaid, never the bride. You got to be locked in all times.
He's not playing. He's not playing Overwatch. So that's what happened.
I don't think it's a known quantity that everyone's like, yeah, MCU better than DCEU. I don't think that's like a fact.
The thing that was so bad it got folded up last year and nobody watched any of the movies. Like, just, hey,
Okay, give DJ credit. Here's the thing. DJ's remembering that like 3 years ago, he predicted that the DCEU was going to surpass Marvel. He's living in that alternate timeline.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I did. You did predict that. You forgot that.
You did. So he's just, in his mind, the DCEU Aquaman
DJ has mentally sliding doors.
Yeah.
Well, that also, my predictions like Goldfish, it's just every time I'm living, it's just like, this is it. This is the latest prediction. It's the right one. And forget anything I've said before that.
Well, on forgetting, DJ, do you have anything to plug?
Yeah, anything to plug for the fine people?
I'm like, there'll probably be a Roses and Rejections out eventually. We had an episode come out on Christmas. Merry Christmas, because we put in the work. We recorded it like 2 weeks before. So yeah, I think we're doing our year in review, which I don't know what it'll look like, but you should probably listen to it. And then new Bachelor season starts at like the end of January, so we'll be back into like our regular rhythm. So yeah, check out Roses and Rejections on the Pop Break TV podcast.
One key question on the year in review: how many tiebreakers do you have planned?
We have 0 tiebreakers. Listen. You're doing a podcast with your wife, she wins every tiebreaker. That's just the rules. That's just
DJ's going to one corner of the house tonight with nice things to say like that.
I thought DJ was going to say, doing a podcast with your wife, you get in, you get out as fast as possible.
Yeah. Nothing to prove. You
asked ChatGPT, how do I do this podcast?
Yeah, what should tiebreaker be?
And then it tells you. That's what I started doing for tiebreakers. I'll ask ChatGPT to make the tiebreakers.
Oh, God.
It'll know.
All right, who can eat the most rocks?
They're good for you. Jesus. Diggins, what's your plugs?
Nothing. What about you, Nando?
Videos. I put out my Peacemaker, how to fix the ending of Peacemaker kind of thing as like a bit. Because James Gunn's like, we fucked it up by putting Justice League in it last time. So I just wrote a little scene that could work there. I'm sure he has something fun planned. And then besides that, videos about What If. I was doing those during the while I was going. So those are fun. And about Creature Commandos. And what was I going to say? And then besides that, on Nebula now, January is the year of YouTube, or the month in YouTube where the ad revenue is bad. So getting some compilations, but then after that, exciting stuff that I'm working on now that I think is gonna be real fun. So just check out Nando V Movies, the Nando Cut, all that stuff. Roger, do you have anything to plug?
As I did last year, I'll plug the Discord. Jump in if you want to talk mostly nitpicking. We had a
How did
splinter.
they get there?
Oh, that's a great question. Usually Nando puts it in the show description.
Okay,
click
that's
the link.
True.
And there's a Mostly Nitpicking channel that covers only Mostly Nitpicking yet again. At the beginning of the year it did, then it lost its way. We split off a channel. The evil, off the rails, Mostly Nitpicking channel has gone into a corner, much like the Kissing Corner, doing its own thing. And we have the channel to talk about all things nitpicking.
Just for reference, if anyone is curious, right now Mostly Off Topicking is one of the main posts is about the Cars 2 soundtrack.
So they are on topic then.
Yeah, they're right there with the culture.
I am just one person, and it's just my opinion, but you guys could all just be together. You don't have to splinter.
No.
You could talk about the Cars 2 soundtrack in the Mostly Nitpicking channel. I feel just feels right to me. I don't know. And again, I'm just one person with one opinion, and it's
one bad opinion.
Yeah,
apparently,
you didn't live through the Discord wars, TJ.
I know I don't, because I only look there when I get tagged or was like, wait, did I fuck up something? Did I say the wrong thing? So
that is important.
Yeah. So if you want to get a hold of me, just at me, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm glued to my phone, so I'm like, someone reached out. So yeah, it's pretty good. And I'll be there talking to you while I play Marvel Rivals. You know,
it's the way
just
to
like
do
right
it
now.
Yeah.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. Well, you guys, this has been great. 2024, what a year. A year we all pretty much have pretty negative opinions on generally. But maybe 2025 will be a cool year full of good stuff. Hopefully, an earnest year full of Jonathan Bailey and DJ's thing, which was what? What was 2025 going to be? Well, yeah, what was the TV year of?
It's all
monsters, right? Yeah, monsters.
Nothing but monsters.
With hearts of gold potentially, though. So maybe it'll be good monsters.
You know who's gonna be
if you combined my last year prediction with DJ's this year prediction, it could be the year of monster fuckers.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, we don't know who the villain of Zootopia is going to be, but they could be monsters.
They could be monsters. That's true. It could be like monster, hybrid monster animals.
Yeah. When
a hybrid fox rabbit shows up and everyone tries to burn it. No one knows.
When we get to 2026, I'm going to be, guys, this was a monster thing. This was a monster thing. It was all about monsters. You just had to dig deep. And Diggins will be like, guys, there was nothing more earnest than Tron 3. when they were like, "This is what it's about."
Yeah, Jared Leto danced around or whatever.
Anything with Jared Leto is going to be a hard sell.
But a sell nonetheless. And thank you, Roger.
Yes, thank you as
Supreme
always.
Court Justice of
Thank
the
you
podcast.
For being willing to be around us for 5 hours or however long this took.
It was great. We learned so much, you guys. We learned about ourselves. We learned about the podcast. It was wonderful. So until next time on Bluesky, I'm Nando V Movies.
And I'm at Zippy by Day on Bluesky as well.
I'm at C Diggins on Bluesky.
And I'm Supreme Court Justice Roger on the Discord channel.
That's all I got. Say everybody goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye. We love you.